Are we ready now? Good evening. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Historic Preservation Board of Delray Beach, Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023. Ms. Miller, would you please call the roll?
Ivan Heredia.
Here.
Kristen Finn absent. Rhonda Saxon.
Here.
John Miller.
Here.
Jim Chard.
Here.
Chris Cabeza.
Here.
Elise Lindstrom absent.
All right. We have an agenda prepared tonight. Are there any changes to the agenda? No. Could we get a motion to approve the agenda as it stands?
So moved.
Second.
Ivan Heredia.
Yes.
Kristen Finn absent. Rhonda Saxon.
Yes.
John Miller.
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes.
Chris Cabeza.
Yes.
Elise Lindstrom absent.
I don't think we have any minutes to approve tonight. So moving on, Ms. Miller will swear in the public. That would be anyone that is planning to speak tonight on any topic. Please rise.
Please raise your right hand. By the authority vested in me, the notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Next on our agenda, we have comments from the public. This would be any comments that do not pertain to anything that's on the agenda tonight, anything other than agenda items.
Just as long as it's not on the quasi-judicial agenda, you could speak now.
Has nothing to do with anything on the agenda, but it's a
Mr.
very
Patton.
important issue. Good evening, Price Patton, 1020 Tamarind Road, Delray Beach. I'm a member of the Delray Beach Preservation Trust, and we crafted a resolution regarding the golf course, and I'd like to read it into the record. As you know, all know, this chambers was packed last night with people who didn't want the city to give away any land for the golf course, and the commission voted 5-0 to reject all 4 remaining offers. So this is a request that I've sent to all the commissioners, and I'll follow up with it. But anyway, it's a resolution by the Delray Beach Preservation Trust urging the historic designation, preservation, and restoration of the Delray Beach Golf Course. Whereas Donald Ross designed some of the nation's greatest golf courses, whereas the Donald Ross Society has stated his designs are work of art that merit close care and attention. Whereas Ross designed 18 holes for the city back in the 20s, 9 of which were built. Now they're considered the back 9. Whereas Dick Wilson was one of the most prominent golf designers of his generation, he designed what is now considered the front 9. Whereas Delray Beach is one of the few, if not the only, hybrid municipal courses in the country designed by 2 such prominent golf course architects. Whereas famous golfers, including Gene Sarazen, Tony Pena, Ladies Professional Golf Association Hall of Famer Beth Daniel, and Betty Jamieson, who was one of the founders of the LPGA, graced the course and grounds for many years. I got 6 minutes left. That's good. Whereas the city's comprehensive plan states precious open space should be protected, whereas the comprehensive plan for the first time includes an historic protection element to further protect and preserve our historic landmarks. Whereas the city is a certified local government and has encoded certain protections for historic properties and places in the land development regulations. Whereas the Ross 9 was built in 1925 and the Wilson 9 was built in the 1950s, making them both eligible for historic designation. Whereas through lack of oversight, proper funding, the course is in deplorable condition, and whereas the course is now nearing its centennial year of operation. Resolved by the Delray Beach Preservation Trust, insists that the City Commission direct staff to take immediate steps to add the Delray Beach Golf Course to the local register of historic places. Urge the city to pursue alternative forms of funding for needed repairs rather than selling any land. Urge the city to take advantage of the opportunities to restore both 9s to their original configuration and urge the city to reach out to the Donald Ross Society for guidance regarding the Ross 9. Signed April 27th, 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. And
Michelle, can I ask a question? Can we do a resolution supporting the trust in this? What is our role in this?
If you guys have consensus at the end of the meeting, I think would probably be the best time to bring it up during
Okay.
your board comments, and, you could make a recommendation to the commission
Thank you.
regarding whatever you want to do.
Are there any other comments from the public not pertaining to the items on the agenda tonight? All right, seeing none. Our next item is presentations.
Hello, Michelle Hoyland, Principal Planner for the record. So we are going to begin the Historic Preservation Awards program. I'm going to read the little bit of information about each project and group that we're honoring tonight.
Is your microphone on?
It is.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so National Historic Preservation Month is occurring for the month of May. And in the last 3 years, we have brought back the Historic Preservation Board Awards program. Every year, local groups, municipalities, historical societies, businesses across the country celebrate Preservation Month through events that promote historic places and heritage tourism. Those projects demonstrate the social and economic benefits of preservation and the commitment that those groups and property owners have made to the effort of preservation. National Preservation Month began in 1973, and in 2005, the National Trust, extended the celebration to be the entire month of May. So, these folks who we are referring to as place savers, they pour their time and energy and resources into protecting places they care about, often without recognition. So it's the goal for this year that the theme is People Saving Places on the national level, which is a national high five to everyone doing great work of saving these places. So our first project that we will honor tonight, in our last meeting of April 19th, the board deliberated and chose 3 winners. So our first winner is for the project which is located at 131 Northwest 1st Avenue. This is owned by Mr. and Mrs. Marion. It is a mixed-use residential commercial contributing structure. Here we have a before picture. This is directly across the street from City Hall. So if you step out into the parking lot and look across up the street, you'll see their project, which now looks like this. The property contains a 1-story Mediterranean revival-style mixed-use structure, which was built in 1925. It's classified as contributing to the local and national historic district. The original structure was built as a single-family residence, and over the years it had been converted to an office. There's also an existing structure in the back that is an accessory building. Originally it was a detached garage with an apartment, the same architectural style of the principal structure. Joseph and Donna Marion came in and asked to make renovations, expand the property so that they could work and live there. So that is the mixed-use nature of the residence and the office that's there now. These are a few photographs. The contractor had us tour the property a few times. There was quite a bit of work that had to be done, which is typical when you see wood frame buildings that are stuccoed on the exterior, and sometimes you see nothing but lath holding the building together with that stucco. This is a view of those front windows in the inside. This is an aerial. On the left is the before. On the right is the after. You can see how the building was expanded to add in a garage and some additional square footage. This is the accessory structure in the back, which now looks like this. They also constructed a pool, extensive decking and hardscaping areas in the rear so that they could have indoor-outdoor living. The driveway that was on the south side of the property and the handicap ramp were removed to make way for the new addition. And that is what you're looking at here. This is the front door. The handicap ramp was moved to the front of the house. There was extensive construction and supporting that had to go on with these columns to preserve as much as the character of this home that could be preserved. So we would like to recognize the owners, Joseph and Donna Marion, as the winner of the 2023 Historic Preservation Board Award in the category of commercial contributing or individually designated. And I would like it. And if you had something you wanted to say, you could say something. Yeah. And if all the award winners would hang around after, so we could take some photographs of you with the board.
I'll make this short. It's so nice to be here, not asking for a favor from the HPB or extended 3 inches. But 20 years ago, Don and I fell in love with 131 Northwest First Avenue, so we purchased her to use as a headquarters for my company, which is Marion Associates. Over the 20 years, 5 times a week, I'd ride my bicycle from Boca Raton to Delray Beach to work. And our love grew not only for the property, but for the city. So we decided 6 years ago, to fulfill our dream and rehabilitate this 100-year-old property. We spent months with architects, the Delray Beach Historic Preservation Board, the Community Redevelopment Authority, and we learned about the codes and regulations, and we developed plans for her rehabilitation. Little did I know that was the easy part. Because in the summer, we started this whole project in the summer of 2017. We didn't realize that very soon after, we'd be in the middle of social distancing, labor shortages, supply chain issues, rotting infrastructure, inflation, construction delays. I'm sure you guys noticed at one point the historic walls were being held up by like 2x4s. Looked like a Hollywood set. And I was wondering if you guys were placing bets as to whether we were going to finish the project or not. But we did, you know, and when I say we, it's a big we. It's not just Donna and myself. We had some fantastic support from Freddie Polonia at Stoft Architects, Chuck Halberg and Clavio Galvarati at Stewart and Shelby, the City Commission, the City Inspectors, the Community Redevelopment Authority, when we need you guys the most. The Historic Preservation Board deserves special mention. You guys ensured that the renovations that we did stayed true to the 1925 historic nature of the house. You all know the story, I guess, about the front of the house with those windows that you're looking at. One of our contractors thought that it would look a little bit nicer if all the windows were evenly spaced, right? And so I would have loved to have been like a fly on the wall of the HPB when you guys looked out the windows and you said, wait a minute, that window on the right should be a little bit off to the, you know, should be separated in order to distinguish the old from the new, right? And I was wondering if you guys, you know, tossed coins as to who was going to call us up and tell us you had to move the windows back 3 inches. But we were actually thankful for that because you kind of helped us keep true to the historic nature of the house. And part of the wonder of restoring a historic property is the sustainability aspect of it. Marion Associates, which is our company that we share the location with, is leading an international effort on the sustainability of technology products. As a matter of fact, in 2 weeks from the building that we saved across the street, we're going to be hosting an international conference, virtual conference around the world on sustainability for technology products. And it's going to be beamed into the UK, into APAC, and of course the United States, all from right there. You know, but it's an easy thing for us to get behind because, you know, we've seen the beauty of taking something that you love and restoring it, like that building and like our planet. So I want to thank you all again for the recognition. But the truth is, it doesn't belong to Donna and myself. It belongs to you guys because we could not have done it without the city. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, our next award winner is in the category of residential contributing. This is the property located at 1120 Nassau Street within the Nassau Park Historic District. This one-story, single-family cottage-style residence was built in 1938, and it's a contributing structure to the Nassau Park Historic Districts. It is one of a collection of every property except one in this district that is listed as a contributor. Samuel Ogren was involved in the design of most of the homes in this historic district. The structure had been modified over the years, predominantly with additions to the rear and side of the structure in the 1950s and 60s. Then in 2018, as Mr. Miller will remember, a fire broke out on this property, an electrical fire, which occurred in the carport and spread all the way to the kitchen, utility room, back porch, where most of the damage had been sustained. But there was significant damage throughout the structure, smoke damage, the fire department coming in, pulling the ceilings down and all of the insulation that had come down. The property had been for sale. We had a lot of interest, mostly for demolition prior to the fire, and then of course, once the fire occurred, we had a lot of calls for demolition. So Chuck and Katie Luciano came along. They learned the process and worked through the process with the board to do a renovation in addition to this structure. This is an almost after, it's missing the fence, but I thought it was a good one to show because you can really see the base of the structure in the garage. So what occurred here is they slid the structure forward on the lot, which was considered a relocation, and which made way for a two-story addition in the rear. That had to be sought by a waiver process that the board approved. And these are some photographs of the fire that occurred. It was a labor of love on their part to come along and save the building. Here you can see a construction project process photograph, and back here in the back, here we go. That's that two-story addition that received the waiver for secondary and subordinate.
Michelle, can you pull it just a little closer to you? It's a little hard to hear you.
This is another photograph of the two-story addition in the rear, another progress photo. And this is a true after. There was additional square footage added to the home in two separate sides of the rear. The little porch pergola on the front was added. Of course, all windows, doors had been changed out. And these are some photographs of the back. I know that they've done more in their rear yard with landscaping, and I believe a fountain back there. Really turned out to be quite a success story for historic preservation. So here's a true before the fire, and here we are after. So we would like to recognize the owners, Mr. Chuck and Mrs. Katie Luciano, as the winners of the 2023 Historic Preservation Board Award in the category of residential contributing.
Thank you, Michelle. All right. Well, thank you. I didn't have a prepared set of remarks, but all I can say is when I started this project, I had a full head of hair. And it's a little less than that now. And I think I've been through a couple, maybe 3 boards. But I just wanted to reiterate what our first recipient said, that this was truly a group process. I had no idea what I was getting into. All I knew was my wife said, I want to be by the beach. So we bought this lot after the fire, thinking that it would be a relatively easy restoration. And it was more than that, going through COVID. But I will say that if you're patient, and if we all work together, which we did, Michelle was a great asset, along with my architect, Kristen Kellogg. Both know the code very well, and we adhered to it. And anytime there was a question of deviating from it, we went through the proper channels to get the variances to do so. Sometimes we were successful, sometimes we weren't, but we worked at it. And that's what you have to do when you have properties like this. And we are really so happy looking back that we did what we did and it came out the way it came out, because every time I'm out there watering the grass, people walk by and congratulate us on it. That's worth more than anything. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chuck. Okay, our next category winner is for residential contributing for a rear addition. This property is located at 120 Northwest 4th Avenue within the West Settlers Historic District. The property is owned by Mr. Charles Halberg and Mrs. Pamela Halberg. Chuck, as we know him, owns Stewart and Shelby and was the contractor on the first award winner project. So this is his own personal home. This home was originally part of the housing trust. Is that right?
Community Land Trust.
Community Land Trust, thanks Chuck. Which Chuck was involved with the restoration of this project years ago. And it was in the Community Land Trust ownership for many years, and then the Land Trust decided that they wanted to sell the property. So Chuck decided that he and his wife wanted to make this their home. So they came through and added square footage in addition to the rear, added a pool, and did some maintenance updates that were necessary for the house, which included bringing back the awning that was originally wrapping the front of the house. There is a detached storage shed in the rear of this frame vernacular style residence. It is a contributor, and it's named after the family, the Franklin family, who owned it and resided there as far back as 1949 to 2000. So here's a picture, an aerial view. You can see on the right the square footage that was added to the rear. This is a before and after with the update to the shutters and the awning, some of the lighting fixtures. This is a before of the rear yard. And it's very hard for me to picture how it looks now. You almost have to go see it because this addition was added in the backyard. And this is one of the projects we use as an example along with Marion's and the Nassau Street projects to show potential buyers or property owners how you can add on to historic property. You do it in the rear. Oh, and there was a garage added, which is accessed off the back alley. That's the before of that shed, and now there's the addition that extends down next to it. And that's our winner for 120 Northwest 4th Avenue. So I would like to recognize the owners, Mrs. Pamela and Mr. Charles Halberg, as the winners of the 2023 Historic Preservation Board Award in the category of residential contributing rear additions.
How much time do I have? Is that what it is? Okay.
No, I'm
Thanks, everybody. So there's.
Would you mind just introducing yourself?
Oh, Chuck Halberg, 120 Northwest 4th Avenue, proud member of the West Settlers and the Set, right a couple blocks away from here. So talking about history, I used to be Coach Chuck and actually coached Price's kid in baseball many years ago. And I used to like Price until in 2010 he came to me with a couple of people and said, "Can we save this house?" And just kidding. It was a joy, and we got together, all of us, and Dan Sloan and Gary Leopoulos, and we came up with a great plan to bring this house back. We thought it would cost about $175,000, and it cost about $205,000. So we wound up donating some money to the cause, but history is important. And then, of course, when we donated it to the Land Trust as part of the deal, and it didn't appraise initially. And thankfully, one particular resident, Joanne Peart, stood up and begged to get us some more money so we could not have to pay more money out of pocket. What was amazing is they came back 10 years later. The woman living there hadn't maintained it. And as we all know, historic homes require a lot of maintenance. And they asked me, they had gotten a price of $50,000 to fix it up. And they said, "Can you come give us a bid?" And I said, "Sure." And I walked up there and I said, "No." I said, "It doesn't belong in the Land Trust. Sell it. I would like to move here." And they thought I was nuts. And Pam thought I was nuts too. That's why I'm wearing this shirt, annoying each other since 1983, 40 years this year. and I said, take that money and build a regular house for somebody. And we were just so thrilled to get it. And what was really amazing is we weren't looking to do quite that addition. We wanted just a master bedroom and a separate garage. But because of historic guidelines and some guidance from Michelle and our architect, Steve Siebert's office, who happens to be here, we just came up with a plan that we really like, and it kept the character of the house. And we just love it, and proud to be working on 4 more historic projects right now in Delray, and saving the history of this town, and hope to do some more of that for another 10 years or so. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, Chuck. Okay, so next, this is the first year that we are embarking on a different award category. We are honoring our preservation partners. It's our first time doing this in many years. And the 3 groups that we're honoring, I'm going to speak a little bit about. I have a couple of slides for each, and then we'll invite them to come up and accept their certificates. So the first is the Delray Beach Historical Society. The Delray Beach Historical Society's mission is believing that a sense of history is fundamental to understanding human experiences. They collect, preserve, and share materials from Delray Beach's past so that the present and future generations can comprehend more fully their predecessors, their communities, and themselves. The Society encourages and assists people of all backgrounds and interests to learn more about Delray Beach's diverse history. Delray Beach Historical Society also, with the Heritage Gardens that were constructed a few years ago, they house the official archive of the city's history, its people, growth, and continuing achievements and milestones. It's their vision to recognize as making a difference in our community, connecting with people in imaginative and intellectual ways. They offer a beautiful, unique setting which fosters storytelling and encourages discovery for local citizens and visitors of all ages and backgrounds. They are one of the leading advocates for historic preservation as a means of protecting our history and cultural heritage. And they inspire our younger generations to continue this legacy as a vital component to the future of Delray Beach. I think it's important to note that the Historical Society, which was founded in 1964, and the Ethel Sterling Williams History Learning Center and Archive, which was established in 2009, also have, as I mentioned, the Historic Heritage Gardens. That is open for tours, school children to adults alike, to come and learn about native flora and fauna over in the north side of the property. The archive bunker is built of concrete and steel, space rated to withstand a Category 5 hurricane. Features of the bunker include incandescent low-level lighting, air conditioning, dehumidifying to maintain a constant temperature and humidity, a gas backup generator in case of a long-term interruption of power, and industry-standard library track rolling shelves, all to preserve Delray Beach's history. It's quite impressive if you ever have a chance to go over and see it. My favorite part are the original Sam Ogren drawings that they house there. The Historical Society was instrumental in the formation of the Historic Preservation Ordinance in 1987 that resulted in this 7-member Historic Preservation Board and the designation of 4 historic districts and different properties at that time. The Society researched and facilitated the critically important designation of Delray Beach's 5 districts that we continue to have today, and that's the first 4 did not include West Settlers. That came through in 1997, which the Spady Museum was very instrumental in researching, and we'll speak about them in a few minutes as well and honor them. The Historical Society, as you can see here, a preservation partner in our community. They host many events on their property, including Fall Fest, which is, I think, one of the community's most favorite around Halloween time. They have a variety of different tours and programs that they do. Twilight in the Garden, which is coming up this weekend. Programs and lectures. They will have a variety of opportunities for people to learn about history and also gardening. The Elders Circle, which is an important piece of our continuing education for history and retention of history for the Historical Society, and then exhibits and opening nights. They also have their booth at the Del Rey Affair. There are so many events. You really should look at their website to see all that they do. But their exhibits, which are rotating, they have Winnie Edwards, who is their what is her title, John?
Executive Director.
Executive Director. Works with her board and volunteers to curate just a lovely different collection. Fishing collection, I think, was one of my favorites that they've had there over the years. But right now they have several exhibits that you can go and see throughout the different buildings on the property. They also have the art in the park, I think they call it. It's just lovely. The Twilight in the Garden, as I mentioned, this is their 3rd annual, is occurring this weekend, Saturday, May 6th at 6 p.m. And we would like to recognize the Delray Beach Historical Society for their commitment to preservation, cultural heritage, architectural heritage, and preservation in our community, and thank them for being our partner. I knew it was possible that they may not be able to be in attendance this evening, as they are getting ready for the event this weekend. So we'll bring that over to them tomorrow. So thank you to the Historical Society. Okay, the next group that we would like to honor, the next preservation partner, is the Delray Beach Preservation Trust. Their mission is to be an effective advocate for the historic and architectural heritage of the city of Delray Beach. This includes, but is not limited to, the designation of historic districts of Delida Park, Marina Historic District, Nassau Park Historic District, West Settlers Historic District, and the Old School Square Historic District. Their goals are to identify, preserve, restore, and enhance all buildings and sites deemed to be intrinstic to the history and architecture of Delray Beach. Through education, foster an understanding and appreciation by the public and civic leaders of the cultural, social, and economic benefits of historic preservation. They provide grants and assist owners in applying for grants for restoration and rehabilitation of historic structures. And they also include a goal to purchase, restore, manage, and lease historic properties, if applicable, to promote the sale of acquired properties to fund other Delray Beach Preservation Trust activities. Most notably, what the trust has been working on in the last couple of years is the launch of a new cell phone app, which is a historic walking tour. It can be downloaded, so if you go to the App Store and look up the Delray Beach Preservation Trust Walking Tour app, that launched last year. Right now they have the Marina Historic District on the tour, with the other historic districts coming in the future. They have also recognized the efforts of historic preservation property owners in the community. In 2021, they placed signs in awards for those property owners during the month of May. Yeah. Computer.
Yeah, over the website,
Okay.
everybody's telling me I'm trying to do adjustments, but they say if you could switch microphones. Sorry, thank you. Make sure this one's in.
It's okay. Take two. It was ringing a bit for me anyway, so this already sounds a lot better. Okay, so the Preservation Trust did it in May Preservation Month program, where they honored different owners that had made investments in preserving their property. This example that's on the screen is one of many that they identified, and that is the Delivery Dudes building, or the former Delivery Dudes building, that's over here east of City Hall. on First Street. The Preservation Trust has also committed to replacing several markers that are missing. Here you can see historic markers on the left. We've had some that have been hit by cars and have broken, or a construction project might have taken one or two out. And so they are working with the state of Florida to get those markers put back in place. They're also working with us here at the city staff to consider creation of some new markers on locations where we haven't yet had them. They also do historic house markers. So a homeowner who has a property that's 50 years or older can reach out to them and get a marker for placement on their home. This is an example of the individually designated Milton Myers American Legion post up on Federal Highway, which was built in 1921. There is a lot more that the Delray Beach Historic Preservation Trust does, and I'm glad to say that we have Mr. Price Patton here to accept the award, and we would like you to come to the microphone if you would. Thank you for being our partner.
Thank you. Where's my memorable plaque? I guess I get another 3 minutes. Yeah, the trust works in partners. We're a little bit more proactive than the two historical, than the Spady and the Historical Society. But we do work in partnership with them. We're working with Spady. Spady opened their archives to us, where we're trying to preserve the original Carver High School, which was the all-black high school built in the days of separate but equal. The nascent Preservation Trust worked with Chuck and the restoration of the Willie Franklin House. We've helped move a house that was going to be demolished on 7th. It now rests behind the CRA building over there. We've fought to save docks, and so far so good, but who knows what's going to happen there. And it's a pleasure. We've got a pretty active board, but like I say, we're a little more proactive than the other boards. But we partner. The Historical Society actually gives us office space, so we have a little tiny office over at the Historical Society. And we're looking to keep doing stuff. I think the walking tour app, try it out. You can do it with you can get it from the App Store, and it's the Marine Historic District. And we hope to go on to the other 3 districts. And we're proactive in getting 2 of our 5 districts listed on the National Register. We got Old School Square listed on the National Register, and we got the Marine Historic District listed on the National Register. We would love to see another district along Atlantic Avenue, but that's like our next battle. But anyway, thanks very much.
Thank you, Price. Okay, next we would like to recognize the Spady Museum. The mission of the Spady Cultural Heritage Museum is to preserve and share the rich cultural experiences of Black communities. Established in 1996, the nonprofit organization moved into and began public programming in the Spady Cultural Heritage Museum, a 1926 former home, and in the Williams Cottage, a 1935 former home. This occurred in July of 2001. Property is where their office is located is at 154 and 170 Northwest 5th Avenue, which you can see here, the main building in the picture on the screen. Through the power of collaboration, the Spady Museum is constantly engaged in researching and sharing the local history and its effects on the Black citizens of our area. They are well into their 3rd year of a successful collaboration with Delray Beach CRA and the Arts Garage to present the program called Authors Speak, the Impact of Race in American Society. Each year, the Authors Speak series features 3 authors who write about the experiences of Black people in America. In collaboration with Cape Universal and other youth organizations around the country, they host an annual youth festival during Black History Month that brings close to 400 audience members over the course of the evening. The festival celebrates the artistic accomplishments of Palm Beach County in the areas of painting and drawing, dancing, singing, and spoken word and entrepreneurship. In partnership with Broward County-based organization Kwanzaa 365, the museum holds an annual Kwanzaa celebration in Kumba Village each December 26th. This is a tri-county collaboration, with the first of 7 days celebrated at the Spady Museum. The Spady Museum Black History Archives are at the heart of their mission, and they collect Delray Beach's Black history in an effort to present information in an endeavor to fill in the missing pages of the county's pre-settlement and settlement history. Their latest acquisition is the Virginia Snyder Papers. Exhibits created from their collections include legacies of Delray Beach pioneer families, Carver High School, the La France Hotel, and African American neighborhoods of Old Delray, then and now. They also host the Ride and Remember bus tour, which is a 2-hour tour with a focus on the 5 historic districts of Delray Beach. These tours are designed to provide people from all backgrounds, ages, and walks of life a fun and interactive experience as they learn about the city's culturally diverse history. Martin Luther King Brunch is hosted on MLK Day in January each year, and that features speakers and artistic presentations, and also welcomes close to 400 guests on this important day of remembrance. Charlene Farrington, the executive director, was appointed to the Palm Beach County Community Remembrance Coalition by County Commissioner Greg Weiss in 2019. That coalition is tasked with completing requirements for taking delivery of a lynching monument created for Palm Beach County by the Equal Justice Initiative. The Spady Museum is the acting fiscal sponsor. The Spady Museum is also a founding member, and Charlene is the current president of the South Florida branch of the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, Incorporated. This is a national organization whose mission is to collect and preserve Black history on a national level. Libraries and museums with local collections are sources of knowledge about tradition, uniqueness, and credibility of a nation. They collect, process, and keep materials representing cultural identity of that community. Through their programs, events, and cooperation with other organizations and heritage institutions, they bring culture closer to all age groups. They interact with the community and provide services that make them proactive and interdisciplinary. Museums keep local history collections as an important promoters of cultural heritage that safeguard the identity of that local community and raise the sense of belonging to its members. The development of local collections have a documentational, historical, cultural, artistic, and practical value that makes them and museums, as their keepers, important stakeholders in the development of cultural tourism. Ever-developing cultural tourism plays a big role in social and economic development, increasing the number of overnight stays and contributions to a state budget. Cultural tourists are more educated and driven by the desire to get to know the local culture and to take part in it. The government participates in the development of a cultural tourism by providing funding and development strategies. This information was taken from a research paper presented at the 47th International Scientific Conference on Economic and Social Development. I'd also like to note that Charlene and I have talked, and recently in preparation for tonight, they also host a sip and see at Spady, which is bringing people together in celebration of Black history. This is a monthly 2-hour opportunity to experience Black history and culture in a safe, social, and intimate setting at the Spady Museum. It's an all-inclusive opportunity to know more about the Black experience in America. So we would like to honor Spady Cultural Heritage Museum in recognition of their significant contributions and advocacy of cultural and architectural heritage, history, and preservation in Delray Beach.
Thank Thank you so much for this. I'm Charlene Farrington, Executive Director of the Spady Cultural Heritage Museum at 170 Northwest 5th Avenue. And I would like to recognize and honor my board members and staff and volunteers who are in the audience. If you all would, I don't know, raise a hand, wave a hand. And I'd also like to recognize my mother, who is the founder of the museum, Vera Farrington. The museum is my mother's second career. After 32 years of teaching in Palm Beach County, she began volunteering at the archives room at the Historical Society and realized that the Black history and the Black experiences were not included in their collection. So she got together with Mr. Charles Spencer Pompey, for whom Pompey Park is named, and they put out an all call to the Black elders in the community and started asking questions, having meetings, and apparently cooking food. And ended up with a room full of source material, things like business receipts, poll tax receipts, graduation certificates, all kinds of things that document the existence of African Americans or Black communities. A lot of Black people in South Florida don't consider themselves African American. And their contributions to creating our lovely city. So she decided to take on a project. She worked with Francis Bork, and they decided to come up with a new museum that could house this material and give it the recognition that it's due. We are still, believe it or not, the only museum of our kind in the county. There are other repositories of information. There are other organizations that do programming, but there is no organization that does everything that we do. Has a collection, does public programming, has a footprint within our city limits. We are still the only one of our kind. And therefore, we have been pulled into a more global look at the Black experiences in our county. And as you heard, we engage in a lot of activities around the county and Tri-County to do our work. But our most popular program is still our bus tour, because that's when I get a chance to tell people about the great preservation work Delray Beach does. And when people come to the museum, they really want to know, who are the people who are in Delray? Who are you? And our built environment, and I say this to everyone who gets on my bus, our built environment holds our personality. That's where our culture is. Because from one structure, you can learn everything about a people who lived in the community. And so I just have to commend Delray Beach for the great preservation work that we do. And I really want to thank Michelle for all of her hard work in preservation efforts, because she has worked closely with us and assisted us, and she's a star. She's dynamite. I love her. Thank you so much for this.
That was so kind. Thank you so much, Charlene. And thank you, Vera. I know it's been many years since I've interacted with your mom, Vera, but we worked a lot together when I was here at first tour of duty with the city. Thank you so much. Okay, and our last recognition is every year at the Historic Preservation Board Awards, we like to honor our property owners who have designated their property to the local Register of Historic Places. So we are going to honor the owners of Docks. This is located at 10 North Swinton. It's on the northwest corner of Atlantic Avenue and Swinton Avenue. The property is within the locally and nationally designated Old School Square Historic District. The masonry vernacular building was built in 1951, and it had been occupied by, originally it was a Dairy Queen, and later became Docks All-American. This is, I think, one of the best pictures that we have, because I recently watched a documentary on food that built America. I don't know if you've ever seen this on the History Channel. And they did Dairy Queen was included in one of their history projects, and I learned so much through that. After all the research we had done about how drive-up restaurants really developed, we've done that research, but as a result of them coming and popping up after World War II. So I think it's pretty amazing that we've got this particular photograph, which is following World War II. Thank God it's over. So this has been an institution in our city for many years. If you grew up here or you've moved here, I guarantee that you have been to Doc's for a hot dog or an ice cream cone. The owners originally had requested to remove this property from contributing consideration in 2009 and 2010. And so it sat at risk for being removed. However, with the redevelopment project that came through for the site, including the Dunkin' Donuts, the Historic Preservation Board, the City Commission, all expressed their interest to the property owner that the property be designated, which is what they did. So we would like to recognize Mr. Steve Michael of MDG Banyan Delray Partners and provide him with a certificate of historic significance for the designation of 10 North Swinton Avenue, known as Doc's, to the Delray Beach Local Register of Historic Places. Thank you. So this concludes the 2023 Historic Preservation Board Award presentation. I would like to congratulate each of our property owners and our preservation partners and commend their exemplary efforts towards historic preservation in the city of Delray Beach. Thank you, everybody.
Michelle?
Oh, I would like to take some photographs. Is that what you were going to say?
No, I was going to say, the next preservation, the next item B, presentations under item B, is that something that you're going to review?
Just a quick review, not an actual training. So before our
Before they leave?
award winners and preservation partners leave, could we ask you to come up and take a photograph with our board?
You want us down there?
Can't resist a photo op.
Come on back.
I was halfway out of here.
All right, everybody. Say cheese. Hold on, get to that. Yeah. Okay. Please say cheese. One more just in case. Congratulations.
Did you read the rules yet?
No, she's going to have it up the,
Okay, so the next item on the presentations, I will be as brief as possible. This is not meant to be a full-blown training seminar for you, but mostly for those who are newer to our board or recently appointed, or, you know, Mr. Miller, you've been on the board before, but we've had updates to the training opportunities that are available. So we included a memorandum in the backup with the agenda, that if you go to the agenda, just like you click on the staff reports, you will see the memo to the board training opportunities or options, and then you're gonna see 7 attachments. Those 7 attachments go with the first training opportunity, number 1. That is the most recent opportunity that occurred with the state of Florida. As a certified local government at the state level, the folks at the Division of Historical Resources provide us with a number of different opportunities to train, and they've been virtual since COVID, which is actually proving to be very popular amongst the communities because folks don't have to take days off of work and go travel to a midweek 2-day training seminar. So it is the requirement. We ask that you complete that training and let us know when you're done. It's a little over 2 hours. I would suggest, maybe watching it not in the background of while you're at work, but actually listening and following along with the attachments. The other 2 training opportunities, one is that the town of Palm Beach, that one you could certainly have on in the background listening to. It's an optional, it was a symposium that they brought in a number of different professionals from across the country. Everybody from preservation staff like myself to attorneys from the University of Florida, a director from Charleston, South Carolina. Really informative program that they put together. So if you can listen to that, we would like you to. It's an option. I would highly recommend that. And then the third opportunity is something that we did here at the city in 2018, I think it might say, I don't remember, where the state came to Delray Beach and they hosted the training seminar here at the city for our board. It's a really great program because we also addressed issues that were popping up, common challenges and struggles for our architects and design professionals. We invited all of those people who work in our community to come to that meeting as well. And then the state provides a very similar presentation to the first option, but we do at least suggest if you could listen to that, the city staff part. The important piece that you'll see, and you also received an email from Kelly, some of you did on training, legal training. Others who have been on the board have already completed that. The most important thing that we encourage you to keep fresh on and renewed on are those LDR requirements, the Secretary of the Interior standards. We put them in your staff reports for you. Because you have to make what the state calls a defensible decision. When the chair reads the quasi-judicial rules into the record, that outlines the importance of a decision being made on the requirements of the code, the comprehensive plan, any regulations that exist, and not whether or not you like a project, which is very hard because so many of these projects, they're artwork, right? An architect is based in the art field, and they look wonderful, but the regulations are king, and you have to really abide by them to ensure that you're making a defensible decision. Defensible meaning, should there ever be an appeal or a challenge to a decision, you want to make sure that it was a decision made based in fact and not opinion. So we caution you. Sometimes you say, I like it, which we love to hear when you like something, but we want to hear backing it up with how it meets or doesn't meet a requirement in the code. So I think that's all I really wanted to cover, just to make sure you had the info. If you have questions, call or email me. If you wish to discuss something that you've listened to, read, call or email me. Staff is here to help support you as best we can. And Kelly, Brandon as well, with any questions you might have that branch over into the legal end of things.
Absolutely.
Okay, any questions? Are we good? Yes? Okay. All right, so we'll move to our next item. I think we're going to ask you, Rhonda, to read the quasi rules.
Yes, I will. These are the instructions for the quasi-judicial hearing, and the items before us after this will be under the quasi-judicial rules. This hearing shall be conducted in accordance with the City of Delray Beach quasi-judicial rules. The applicant and the city shall be permitted to present their case. The public should be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or a maximum of 6 minutes if the person represents an organization or group of people who are present but agree not to speak. The City Commission, board, members, staff, and the applicant may be allowed to cross-examine a witness. The city or the applicant will be allowed to offer rebuttal testimony. The decision to approve or deny an application or appeal may not legally be made upon personal views as to whether a project is a good project or not, or may be a decision based on the number of citizens to support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the requirements of law, the comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations. And now we're ready for our first item, and that would be A, certificate of appropriateness.
For the record, I'm Michelle Hewitt, planner, and I'd like to read into the record Agenda Item 8A for 117 Fern Court, file number 2023-112. This is a certificate of appropriateness for a material change of the existing asphalt shingle roof to standing seam metal.
I think maybe I'm supposed to ask if there's ex parte first before you present. Could we go down
None.
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 Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Please continue.
That's okay. We'll go ahead and bring the applicant up
Oh,
at this point.
oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's good. You entered
It's
the
like
file
2
into the
months.
record. You asked for ex parte, and now the applicant comes up. You did it right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you. If you just stand right there at the podium there.
Hello.
If you can state your name and address for the
My
record.
name is Drew Wright, 117 Fern Court, Delray Beach, 33444.
You can go ahead with your presentation.
Basically, we're trying to get a permit to repair, fix our roof that has gotten old, and have my roofer here with me as well as my fiance, and we're preparing with a better application, one that many of homes in the neighborhood have a very similar look. Okay, is that, hey, thank you.
If we have any questions, they'll call you back up unless you have anybody else who wants to present. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Go where I left off. Okay, so here is an aerial with the subject property outlined in red, 117 Fern Court. This residence was designed by Samuel Ogren Sr. It was constructed in 1957 and is located within the locally designated Del Ida Park Historic District. This architectural style is minimal traditional, and it's zoned R1AA. With the recent 2020 Historic Resource Survey, this non-contributing structure is recommended to be reclassified as a contributing structure. So here we have an elevation of the front of the structure. Outlined in red is the existing shingle roof. This is on the southeast corner. Here we have another angle of the front. Again, the shingle roof is outlined in red. This is the side southwest elevation. Again, you can see some of the roof peeking out here, outlined in red. Here we have the side southwest elevation looking from the back of the property. We highlighted the location of the roof again. And then we have the rear or northwest elevation. Again, everything is outlined in red. You can see the existing roofing material. And then this is the side or northeast elevation here. So this is the proposed standing seam mill finish material and color circled there. So this property is, this is the yellow card for the property, which indicates the original building materials. And this property originally had a flat cement tile roofing. Here's an excerpt from the staff report, which resulted the yellow card indicating that the original structure had flat cement tile. This proposal is for a standing seam metal roof, which has been approved previously on a case-by-case basis, primarily on wood frame structures. Historically, concrete tile would be most compatible, or a metal roofing material that emulated the same appearance as shingle, such as metal shingle, and that could be considered appropriate for this. So here's we've highlighted the Secretary of the Interior standards that have applied for this particular request. And these are, again, highlighted the applicable visual compatibility standards here. And here are the findings that staff has used to analyze this proposal and for the board as well. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none. Staff, I'm sorry, the owner, do you have any rebuttal against what the staff has presented?
Just have to come up here if you have something further.
I guess what I'm hearing is, you know, I really love the metal application, and that's really what I've dreamed about doing. Hadn't thought about doing a flat concrete. Not sure I like that as much, and I guess I don't really have a whole lot more to say other than that. Certainly don't want to put asphalt shingle back on it.
Thank you. Does the staff have any rebuttal?
Oh, I guess the other thing is many of the neighbors' homes look the exact same as which we showed in one of the pictures that have the metal roof. I mean, the home's going to look beautiful.
Thank you. Does staff have any rebuttal?
None from staff.
Thank you. I believe that we'll be in board discussion at this time. Who wants to start? Go
Where we
ahead,
start.
John.
If we've seen this once, we've seen it how many times? 30, 20? I mean, this keeps coming back and keeps coming back. I mean, yeah, I would like to see something a little bit closer to the original. If the original was cement, concrete, tile, that obviously is not there. It's been changed several times, of course, most likely since then. You know, personally, you know, again, I'm torn. If I hate to see just a sea of standing seam metal roofs in that area. I would love to see something a little bit more varied, or a little bit more architecturally unique than what everybody else is doing. But at the same time, this is a non-contributing structure. It does qualify for contributing, but it is at this point non-contributing. And so I'm, you know, if a motion was made to go with this, I'd support it. Put it that way. Wouldn't love it, but I'd support it.
I have a question. Are there any flat roofs as part of the structure, or everything is sloped?
We would probably ask that you ask the applicant to confirm that. You could ask him to please come to the podium.
Yes. So the question is, are there any flat portions of the roof, or everything sloped?
Yes, there are 2 flat roofs.
And those, I'm sorry, and those parts are, you want to do standing seam on those as well?
Flat roofs don't,
Sir, if you could just come to the podium. It's where our video camera hits you, so if you could just state your name and address for the
my
record.
name is Richard Everts with Palm Beach Roofing. Flat roofs do not apply to a metal application. It's too flat.
Yep.
This is a 412 pitch existing, but much of it is hidden by a front porch and a side and patio flat. So you have very limited visibility of the roof. This neighborhood, there's probably one metal roof to 12 to 15 other homes in the area when you circle through different blocks. So the metal roof systems that are there are very small in representation. It's not as if the whole neighborhood has converted to metal.
And the flat section, what is that, just gravel?
It's going to have to be a built-up membrane, so the only thing you're going to see is a fascia detail and the metal flashing itself. There will be no roof exposure.
What will be the material?
It'll be a built-up in the modified, a granular surface.
Like an asphalt?
It is asphalt. Yep.
But
We're no longer allowed to use gravel as a ballast because of the hurricane and being broadcast around the neighborhood. So you've got to use a smooth surface or a granular surface.
Okay, back to board discussion.
Could I ask a question? Did you consider concrete tile?
We didn't consider it. We were kind of looking at things as a kind of a coastal appearance. Going from shingle, we also have the weight load. So although it did have tile originally, it's been 70 years or so, or 50 plus years of just settling, but it's had probably several shingles. But we went to metal because it's a far better product, resisting the effects of hurricanes. They weathered better than any other system that we had in the storms that hit the West Coast, especially. That was when it was brought out in 2004.
How long has it been shingle? We have an idea?
I don't think we could document when it changed. We did look at building permits, so it's not in the current system, and I was not able to document it in the yellow card system, other than the original roof tile was flat white concrete tile. We said it was a San Magrin, right? He had it on his plans, white concrete tile written on his plans. So I'm not sure when the asphalt shingle was introduced. I know you're not asking me, but we put a picture up here of examples of a standing seam metal roof, a metal shingle roof, which is on the upper right, a 5V crimp, which we've had a lot of discussion about in the past, and the regular asphalt shingle on the right.
Well, the reason I ask is that the historic preservation guidelines of the city are pretty clear and not ambiguous at all, that every effort should be taken to either keep the original or keep what's there now. And that's why I was asking how long the shingle has been there.
If it's not in the records, it could have been before it became a district. It became a district in what, 87, 89?
Yeah.
So if it was built in 57, that would put it 30 years, around the 80s, 30-year roof. But I mean, it really doesn't matter when it was done. It was done. So, this is what the request is. That's what we have to consider.
Well, I guess the question is, what was it when the area was in like the 80s, right? 88, 89? Because that's what we would, I assume, try to preserve.
Yeah, I have no idea. But I'm a little concerned that it's not considered contributing right now, or it's not classified, because this qualified during the last survey, didn't it?
The year of construction, I believe, is it 57? Yeah. It was right on the cusp at the last survey, so I'm not sure why, but the survey that's been completed still needs to be adopted, lists this as becoming a contributor. It's tough because at this point there's a lot of conversation that needs to occur with the property owner. They may have plans to do additions. Like, we don't even have a chance to talk with them about that at this point. We're trying to stick to the facts of the roof, you know.
Is this property, the other one shown as an image, 201 Northeast 5th Court, is that a historic property?
That is a non-contributor. That's, I believe, Rochelle Greenberg's house. Can you unhide that one? We have a picture of it in case you asked. So that's the image on the top. That house is a non-contributor and did not have an opportunity. It's never going to become a contributor. It had modifications that were made to the house that disqualified it for consideration. So when it came through the process, the board felt comfortable in allowing them to have a metal roof. The one on the bottom that you see there, that is new construction. They both have the 5V crimp, which the board has weighed in on differently over the years because of issues with fasteners. Most of the roofs that we see are coming in as standing seam. The applicants are saying that, you know, they have a longer lifespan. You don't have to go up and replace the fasteners every 15 years, 10, 15 years. So yeah, that's 201 Northeast 5th Court.
Both of those photographs are metal roofs. Those are standing seam systems. They are not 5V crimp.
They are not 5V
No,
crimp.
those are standing seam. There are no exposed fasteners. That's essentially the system or the look that we're applying to for acceptance and approval.
Are there rain gutters around, and is the fascia part of our purview, or is it just a roof?
The request is for the roof material. Any changes that might occur to fascia or gutters, things like that, we typically have administrative authority to review through permit. This is one of the things that we try to make it as easy as possible for our applicants. If they chose to use metal shingle, asphalt shingle, or cement tile, we would have approved them straight to permit. We would not have required it to come to a COA review.
I'm a little unfamiliar with the non-contributing versus contributing. Can you explain the difference of those two?
So in every historic district, we have 3 types of properties. We have contributing structures, which are considered historic, meaning they contribute to the legitimacy and the longevity of that historic district. Non-contributors are not historic, oftentimes followed by the word yet, because they haven't aged in. So
this property?
This property. Or a non-contributor could be that it's too new, because you might have new construction. Or there was some change that happened to the property maybe before it was a historic district that eliminated its ability to be historic, like is the case with Rochelle Greenberg's house at 201 Northeast 5th Court. And then we have vacant properties. Vacant properties are likely to have non-contributors on them because they tend to get developed with new construction. So a contributor is the protected, essentially, historic structure or site.
This is non-contributing yet.
So this is non-contributing. Every typically 10 years, we go through all of our districts and do what's called a cultural resource assessment survey or historic resource survey, where we analyze all of the properties in our historic districts for potential to become contributors. There's something called a period of significance, which is the time frame that those contributors were significant. So they went up through, say, 63. And you do another survey 10 years later, that date might extend to 73. And now we have a new group of properties that become contributing. We speak to, which we have a new construction application on the agenda tonight. And when we speak with the architect and the owners, we explain that in 50 years from now, what you're building today, the goal is that that could be a contributor.
And the reason this property came in front of us is because it's being considered?
No, the reason why it came to you is that it is being considered for future listing as a contributor. But regardless of that status, the request to utilize a roof material that was not original to the structure is why it's before the board.
And it's within this historic district, I guess any property in that district, okay.
So when we apply the historic preservation regulations of our code, that applies to every property in a historic district, not just the contributors. New construction, renovation of non-contributors, the regulations apply to all properties in that boundary.
Thank you. I guess my opinion is, because it is non-conforming yet, it sways me to allow the standing seam roof application if there's consensus with the board. I guess I would have preferred if it was tile like the original, and maybe that's something you still want to consider, but I think I would be similar opinion to approve it if we have consensus.
Would, if it went to standing seam, would that in any way change its potential as a contributing structure?
Yes, it could. Which is why we're showing you what we have here on the screen, and it's in the staff report, the regulations and the guidelines. The material most commonly used for minimal traditional would be shingle or concrete tile. And with the introduction of metal shingles, that is a material that's also been acceptable for use for historic properties. So it could affect its future contributing status.
I think I heard two different things there. One was that it could be accepted as contributing with a metal seam.
No, I said the opposite.
Yeah, okay.
It could affect its consideration of being a contributor.
Negatively.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yeah, sorry if I was not clear.
Looking at the age of the, and based on the yellow card and of the structure, it clearly seems to be a 19, what was the year again?
57.
Yeah. And, it's just, I think it might look odd. I mean, if you compare it to the house at 201 Northeast 5th, again, you see the pitch of the roof is not as substantial as it should be to accept a standing seam metal roof or a metal roof. I think that you look at the architecture, it clashes a little bit. So I'm on the fence on this one. I really am. I'm trying to reconcile the fact that the original house didn't have, a metal roof. It probably lends itself architecturally to more of a concrete tile to be more in line with the original design. But on the other hand, Chris, like you said, it's not a contributing structure yet, but it can be, and I don't want to materially affect it negatively if we vote for a metal roof. So again, there's a lot to consider. I know, I'm just thinking out loud here.
For those of you new to the board, this is one of the things we've struggled with for 20 years. As I've been on this board, I was on it first in 2002. And it comes up, not every meeting, but quite often. And nobody's found a solution yet. So
I would say you're on the fence. We have two people for. I want to register that I would be opposed. I think if it impacts the inherent ability of this building to contribute, to be a contributor, and if the guidelines for preservation design are that clear in in plain English, I would be opposed. And you just kind of gave me another one that if it doesn't seem, I'm not an architect, right? I'm a planner, but from an architectural point of view, it doesn't seem appropriate. That certainly gives me pause.
Are you ready to make a motion?
You have any comments, Rhonda?
Um,
I'd like to hear it.
Okay. Yes, I would be opposed on two levels. One is that I would not want to create a problem for this to become a contributing property. And although the owner may not realize it at this point, that could be very beneficial to you as an owner later on. I've been on the board also since 2000, off and on, and we are seeing metal roofs come in on newer properties, new built properties, but really Delray did not have anything that looked like a standing seam metal roof during that era. In some of the older properties, we see metal shingles. You mentioned metal shingles, and not everybody knows what a metal shingle is, but there are examples of it. There's a really good example right behind where the Ace store used to be on Federal Highway. And so I have a very difficult time approving a metal roof on an older structure. So I would not be in favor of this.
So,
I would be in favor of the white concrete tile, flat,
what about
going back to the original.
okay. Or what about a metal tile?
There are a lot of metal tiles that I would have to have that come back, because I've seen some metal tiles that look like shingles. There are some that look like the older metal tile shingles, but there are some that look like cedar shake. I wouldn't want that.
Yeah.
So it would be something that would have to come back.
Yeah. So, just speaking to the applicant, if I may, we could vote on it. Or if you would want to consider an option, we could vote to postpone. And then you could talk about it and come back. Or potentially have staff approve it, you know, if it was something that they would typically approve. So, I mean.
Yeah, I was gonna say
we should-
alternatively, maybe Michelle could mention the ones that she has administrative approval over again, and then maybe that might be something that, you know, you could do a motion that actually gives her the authority to, you know, or it just gets approved with certain ones or something.
So staff can have straight to permit, no COA request at all, a concrete, white, flat concrete tile, a shingle with probably in the brown or gray color,
Asphalt,
asphalt shingle.
keeping the same type of roof.
And what you see in the upper right corner, metal shingle, we have approved those where they are like appearing to be a flat, not a heavy dimensional
corner?
shingle, which I think is what you're talking about. And we've seen those too and would recommend
There's a
it.
couple of them in town that I recognize.
Which
Yeah.
one are you?
The upper right corner is a metal shingle roof.
I'm
That
sorry,
is-
I misspoke. I said metal tile, but metal shingle.
Yeah, I knew what you meant. Those things, you know, we could approve
can't see it.
administratively unless the board disagreed with us in this moment. But you could also frame the motion in the positive, where you say, you know, move to approve subject to the use of these materials. I would suggest you talk with the applicant about his thoughts, if he would prefer a postponement or something like that.
I'm wasn't expecting this, so I'm a little shocked. I don't know if I can't approve. I don't know anything about a tile roof. I'm in the insurance business, and tile roofs right now by insurance companies aren't a really favorable thing to get windstorm coverage and to get favorable insurance companies to take a look at it. Asphalt shingles, insurance companies are making people replace those asphalt shingles even if there's a warranty for 20, 30 years after 8 years. Tile roofs is 15, 20 years. So
When you're in a historic district, we have a different playbook.
I understand.
We have to go by the LDRs and the regulations that are in front of us to work with.
So what would happen is we could, like Michelle said, we could vote on a couple of different options. We could lay out things that she would be able to approve appropriate, or, administratively. We could vote strictly on what is proposed here, which may or may not pass. If it does not pass, then you have the right to appeal, or you go back and resubmit. So there's different options. As the board said, though, our hands are a little bit tied on this, so.
I'd like to ask my fiance a question.
Or we could just vote to postpone and you could talk about it and then come back.
How long would the postponement be?
I don't know, could they meet next month?
June 7th is our next meeting.
I'm just worried because my house is, the roof's kind of exposed, and we're getting into an area that the longer we keep postponing.
I think the best option here is that you give him options to choose from, and if he wants to come back with something else, unless he wants to force a denial or something like that.
Well, that was.
Basically, the question is really whether, if you wanted a denial so that you could immediately appeal it to the commission, or if you'd rather them, either approve it with some direction that you could have a few options, or they can continue you with direction so that you come here next month and you actually bring back what you want to put on it, noting that it doesn't look like you have the approval for a state.
I'm going to postpone it until next month, just because I'm not prepared to make that decision.
And then we could talk with you two offline, and you could go look at some of these properties, like where the metal shingle is. Maybe that's something you would be interested in.
Is the metal shingles with the house a few streets down that got renovated?
Yes, there is a metal shingle roof a few streets down.
So
one, there's two properties, a guest house and it's a yellow wood.
I think so, but we can help you with that.
yeah, I think at this point it seems like you have you've given us the direction that they should probably do a continuation with direction with some of the choices of things that you guys would think were appropriate in the district, and then you can come back next month with that direction in mind.
Could I ask one question? What's the color, what's the relationship of color? You approved a earth tone shingle, it's an off-white now. If we went to tile, and you said white tile, is there any variation in the color of the tile?
That would have to be decided by the board. Typically, the original would be white concrete tile, so if you wanted to go to something other than that, the board would have to weigh in on that. The most appropriate, I think we can talk more offline about how this works too, because it sounds like the property owner wants to weigh his options, and we've got other applicants.
At the point of the next meeting, you're not bound to bring back what the direction is. You could bring back, you could even bring back standing seam metal again and see what their decision is. But obviously, taking the direction in mind is probably the best thing to do. But she can talk to you through that month, and then you can bring it back however you choose, and then the board will actually get to make a decision on it. So.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we continue file number 2023-112, 117 Fern Court, until applicant and staff have met and determined a go-forward strategy. Also to be on the record that white concrete tile, asphalt the same color as currently there, or a metal shingle could be approved administratively without returning to the board, provided the color meets with staff approval.
Second.
Call the roll.
Can I?
Okay, can you speak at this point?
Do we have a
Up to
second?
the board, you do have a second.
Do y'all want him to?
Oh, I made the motion. I need a second, then we
I
can discuss.
gave you the
Oh,
second.
All right, sorry.
On the color of the metal shingle, can it be,
Mill finish.
is that the silver or?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify what color it could be.
Okay. Okay, Diane, I think we have
Thank
a
you.
first and second.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Kristen Finn is absent, Rhonda Saxton,
Yes.
John Miller,
Yes.
Jim Chard,
Yes.
Chris Cabeza,
Yes.
Elise Lindstrom absent.
Thank you.
I don't need that, I'll use this. Thank you, though. Okay, so I'd like to enter file number COA 2023-121 into the record. This is for the property located at 401 Northeast Second Avenue. And I believe the owners, Pierre Rochemont and Angelique Rochemont, are here. Is that correct? Hello. If you could please come and. Thank you, Simeon.
And I'd like to ask if there's ex parte communication.
And just keep in mind that you do have some emails, I don't think any pertain to this one, so never mind. But for future ex partes, you've got some emails.
Thank you. None.
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 Simeon, were you sworn in?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, board members. My name is Simeon Kirilov, 1010 Gateway Boulevard. I work with Steve Siebert Architecture. We're the architects, and I'm here to speak for the owners, or to make the presentation. This is going to be relatively simple. The building is existing. The only thing we're here for is requesting to change the color of the window frames. So they are looking to replace the windows. They are the original wood windows. So we do want to replace them with, impact aluminum windows. We are going to match the style of the windows, single hung with the existing mullions that are there. So we will match the windows. The only thing that we're requesting is to put in a darker framed windows, so black framed windows, which I believe is the only thing that we're requesting, and Michelle can help me on that. Other than that, that's really it. We're going to match the styles. We're just requesting to change the color. Currently, the building itself is white. We're going to leave the building white, and we think the darker windows would complement the building, and it's not going to really change its character. Currently, the windows are I would say more like a medium dark green. So it already does have the darker windows, if you will, when you're looking at it from far away. So we're just going to make black windows, or black frame windows, instead of the green windows. And that's it. That's all we're requesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Michelle Hoyland for the record. This property is 0.29 acres, is located at the northeast corner of Lake Ida Road and North Swinton Avenue. This contains a 2-story multifamily building and a 2-story garage with apartment above. There are a total of 9 units in this building and an 8-space parking garage on the ground floor of the accessory building. The structure, the main building was built in 1925. We are not able to document the architect of record, but of that time period, there were only so many architects designing in the Mediterranean and Mission Revival style, although I don't want to say his name and attach him to this because I don't have proof that he was attached to this property. However, in 1936, F.J. Schrader, for those of you who don't know who Schrader is, He constructed the First Presbyterian Church, which is over on the back side of the large church on the island. This is on Bronson, the back side of the big church. He also, I believe, constructed a number of buildings for the city. He also served as a city building inspector. He partnered with Sam Ogren as the contractor, with Ogren as the architect. His home was recently demolished, the one up on North Swinton. It was not protected, and there's a new building going there. So Schrader has been in our community as long as, if not longer than, Sam Ogren. And he designed the second-story addition on the garage portion, which was here. So originally, it's believed that that was based on our drawings, that was a one-story structure, and he designed an apartment on top for the owner, Miss H.H. Taggart. That was constructed by J.L. I'm going to murder this name, but Team? Teamy. Thank you. Both of these structures are within the locally designated Delida Park Historic District, and they are in the RO zoning district. In the 1990s, there were alterations that occurred to the site, largely in part to comply with code enforcement violations that had occurred relating to the use of the property, storage in the parking garage where cars were supposed to be, and instead there was storage there, life safety issues. Other than some minimal changes at that time to stay in compliance with the requirements of the code, the property has not changed hardly at all. For those of you who don't know, this was owned previously by Alice Beck, who owned the Bull Bar, which is at the corner of Atlantic and Federal. So the current request is the replacement of the existing wood windows and the wood window surrounds. So you'll see some photographs here. These are mostly aerials. So while the applicant has indicated that there's green windows, there are green windows on maybe 10% of the building. 90% of the building contains the original white painted wood frame windows with, like I said, that window surround. So you can see the green that's around is the wood trim that's painted, not the actual window itself. Staff has prepared a staff report for you where we have provided an analysis and some concern with the use of black or bronze frame windows. When you have severity of deterioration, this is a quote from the Secretary of the Interior Standards. When that deterioration requires replacement of a distinctive feature, the new feature shall match the old in design, color, texture, and other visual qualities, and where possible, materials. So it's become an accepted standard that we aren't requiring the replacement of wood windows with wood windows. The use of aluminum framed windows is an acceptable practice. This is where some of the green windows are, right here facing on Lake Ida. And we do have a picture here where you can see some of that material. Particularly, you can see the trim around the window. That is proposed for removal to make way so that you will just have a stucco reveal, no longer have a wood reveal. This is a contributing resource to the Delida Park Historic District. That means that the glass can be clear, which we've recently covered in the last few board meetings. Tinted glass would only be supported by the board in new construction, because the energy code requirements allow for an exemption for historic buildings. So we are noting in our staff report here that it's important that they utilize the clear glass. Window frames that have been originally painted should remain so. The way you would approach that would be a white aluminum framed window, as the bronze or black could represent an inappropriate alteration to the historic structure. Changing that, as we've noted in the staff report and we have here on your screen, is not the recommended approach by the Secretary of the Interior guidelines. And we have these standards here in the staff report for you. The upper right specifically is the Secretary of the Interior guidelines, which states it's a not recommended approach to change the appearance of windows that contribute to the historic character of the building by replacing materials, finishes, or colors which noticeably change the sash, depth of the reveal, and muntin configuration, the reflectivity and color of the glazing, or the appearance of the frame. The bottom image is taken from the Delray Beach Historic Preservation Design Guidelines, where we have identified on the left that the color and reflective qualities of the glass should not be changed. And again, this further backs up the Secretary of the Interior standards that changing that finish color is an inappropriate design approach. So we've provided you with a staff report and the backup and the analysis. We've also suggested that an option could be, we understand the black frame windows is very popular right now, and we've talked to some window contractors. Perhaps the interior of the window is black, so when they're looking out, it looks like a black window, but the outside is white. Or they could repair that window trim surround that's currently green and paint that black, so that they can still get that appearance of black in the window. So that's an option we've identified in our staff report for you. These are the visual compatibility standards for the local regulations, which talk about relationship of materials, texture, and color. I think that we've provided the board with all of the information to the analysis for this request, and that would conclude my presentation.
Is there any public comment about this project? No? Does the applicant have any rebuttal?
Or cross-examination.
Okay. The presentation that Michelle gave was great, and I agree with her 100%. You know, we shouldn't change these historical buildings to do something that would really change the character of that building. We are keeping the same window style, the same mullions. The only thing we're asking for is a darker framed window rather than a white window. So we're really just dealing with a color, which I'm a believer that a color is not going to completely destroy the historical character of a building. So even if it was built in the 1920s, it could have been easily painted black rather than painted white. So we're really just talking about a color. We're still keeping the style. It's still going to look exactly the same as it does now. We're just talking about a color change, which I don't think it's going to completely ruin the integrity of this building. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Isn't there also a question of the tint of the glass? We keep talking about the paint.
Yes. This has been a debate with several different properties, not basically this one. We are dealing with very strict Florida building codes, and Florida building codes requires that clear glass has at least a 20% tint. So I know we've been going back with the historical department. They want 100% clear. There's still some debate, and I know me and Michelle have talked about this on several times. There's even some companies that don't even provide clear glass anymore because its code requires 10%. There is still clear glass that we can get, but we do want to ask the board to at least give us some tint to help eliminate a lot of that solar gain, because it's hot here in Florida. Now, we're not asking it to be completely dark or the green tint, because I know the green tint is definitely a no, and I will never approve a green tint even for any one of my clients. But doing let's say a 20% gray tint, I think that's a good compromise.
Should I introduce myself to?
Yes, please, and state your address for the record.
Richard Rochemont, 401 Northeast 2nd Avenue. So I'm the son of Pierre Rochemont. So first, I would just like to say that the windows are wood windows, and they are about 100 years old. And over the decades, they've been painted, I would say, countless times. And as homeowners, we've actually taken like one of the windows off just to really examine them. And you can see that although that they've been painted white, the actual stain on the window is a dark green stain. And so I understand, Michelle, that 10% of the windows today might be green, that dark green color. But I would say about 80% of the windows on the actual building still have that dark green stain on them. And so you can argue that there were white windows, or there are white windows now, but to say for certain that 100 years ago those windows have always been white, I don't think that that's correct, or that's a really good argument. And then secondly, we aren't making our position based on neighboring properties, but I would like to note that certain properties in the neighborhood, or even Caddy Corner or adjacent to us, have tints far darker than what we're requesting or we're asking for. For example, the neighborhood directly across the street, the office space, personal office space, they have a low E green tint, which obviously Simeon said that we would never even consider for this project. Caddy Corner to us, Canary Row, those townhomes, I'm sure everybody knows about those on 2nd Avenue. Those have a gray tint. I'm pretty sure those are more than 20%. Obviously the new construction, Caddy Corner to us on the east side, which is by Bednar's Farmers Market. Their new construction, I think they're going up with a low E tint, although they aren't in the historic, I don't think they're in the Delighted Historic District, but either way, just saying what our neighbors are doing. And thirdly, I would like to talk about property. It's address 19 North Dixie Boulevard. I'm sure you all are aware of it. It was owned by Olga Adler. She's a very popular interior designer here in Delray Beach. She has a similar property, or she just sold it. It's a 1924 build. She did extensive work, including extensions on the property. And yeah, the architecture is very similar. And she was able to put bronze frame windows on her property. Not saying that's not what our position is based off of, but it's just aesthetically you can see the similarities between that structure and 401 Northeast 2nd Avenue. So that's all I have to say about that. I'll let Simeon handle the rest. But nice meeting everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does the city have any rebuttal?
Yes, so the question about the 20%, we do not have a problem with an 80-20 visual light transmittance that the architect mentioned. But I do know, and Simeon and I have not had a chance to catch up since we've had conversations at the city with the chief building official, our development services director, and we've analyzed the building code. So I apologize that we haven't had a chance to talk about that, but there is, and we've explained to the board, there is an exemption for historic properties where you do not have to meet the energy calculation requirements. So I just wanted to make sure I noted that, and he and I can talk more about that after this meeting. The properties of Cannery Row and over on Bednar's are not in the historic district. There is a property directly to the west that had windows replaced recently, and they did have bronze framed, bronze colored windows originally. So that's why they went back to that. It was an older, not an old building, but I think an 80s building directly to the west, which is why that occurs. 19 Dixie Boulevard did have bronze frame windows approved. It's a Mission Revival style house. And as far as the windows being green under the paint, it's very interesting, and the board would need to consider, would they want the windows to go to green? Because I think the guidelines and recommendations that you have talk about not changing the color. So, I don't know if they would want to choose a green framed window. I don't know that bronze is comparable. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're in board discussion.
I'll start instead of John.
Thank you, Jim.
It's a lot of pressure on your shoulders, John. I have to say this has always been one of my favorite buildings in all of Delray. And I was really sad to hear tonight that those beautiful doors on 4th were garages. I always imagined them as stables. But it's a great location. It's an anchor for Dell at a historic district. I think a unique building in all of Delray with the plaza and everything there. And Alice was a good friend of mine. So, I think this is another example where the rules are very clear, and we don't have an awful lot of latitude on them according to what we're supposed to follow. And I think the staff report made that fairly clear, and I would, at this point in time in our discussion, be opposed to the proposal.
I think you almost have to look at this as two different, I wouldn't say projects, but if you look at this south elevation here of the carriage house, and you see the dark green, and I was just looking at some close-ups from Google Street, you know, that it's a lot different than the west elevation of the main house.
Mm-hmm.
So that with the green trim and the white framing and the white windows and white buttons, and to me that would dramatically change the appearance of the house if that went to a dark. Whereas that south elevation of the second story, you could argue a black on there wouldn't be a dramatic departure from what there is now. Green or black were both common trims. I do have to say that looking at the close-ups of some of these windows, that building's in pretty rough shape up there.
Mm-hmm.
So whether the flashing wasn't installed correctly or it's just a factor of age, and not even that, but you can see the stucco or pulling away from underneath of some of those windows and around the edge. And maybe there were some repairs done along the way, but I'm not in any way opposed to replacing the windows in here whatsoever. I just think that white on the main house would look much more appropriate and, you know, match what the city's guidelines are versus the second story, at least on the south elevation of the carriage house. I could go with the black on that, but the other one with the green trim around it and then the white window and the white buttons, I think, you know, that would be the way to go. Is there any, and maybe this is a question for the applicant or maybe Michelle, is there anything preventing the sourcing of a white impact window at this point?
No. And this is the picture that I think you're talking about. You can see the buttons on the inside and the trim on the inside is white.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we have no idea when they became green.
They were painted at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, over at Case and Cottage, they're green right now. They could have been something else down before. But like I said, white to me is the most appropriate. Black on that south elevation, again, I don't know why you'd want to mix them though. So.
I guess I'll jump in. So I agree with you, Jim. I think this is one of my favorite buildings, especially it's the gateway to the residential portion of Second from the commercial area. So I think our decision on this one is very important. And I don't know if we want to go to two different frame colors. I think property should read cohesively. You know, to get away from the white window is going to be difficult. I don't know if I can do that. So, I mean, that's how I feel.
In this picture, in changing the window, would also the green have to come off, or does that stay as is?
So the applicant is proposing to take that trim off so that there would be no wood trim around the windows anymore. It would be a straight stucco reveal. We suggested in our staff report that it should be retained and that they could potentially paint that black because it wouldn't be far off from what they've got now.
Can I just clarify? So, I guess I didn't read it clearly. That's in the proposal.
Yes, ma'am, they want to take the, and we clarified before the meeting, just to be sure.
Okay, thank you.
That they do want to take that trim off, and then the window would fit the opening with a stucco, reveal, return.
Yeah, and that would change a lot of the look of the house.
I'm sorry, we're in board discussion at
I'm
this
sorry.
time.
If they ask a question, you're welcome to respond.
I have a question about the tint. Historically, there was 0 tint, so 100% opacity is what the staff is recommending. There's no little bit of tint that would work.
Yes, so in rebuttal, I mentioned that Simeon had asked for a 20%, which is acceptable.
So, okay.
If they do an 80-20, anything more than that, the manufacturers are going up to like 44 and 46%, which is a darker tint, and that's not a recommended approach by the Secretary of the Interior standards, and they don't need to do that because historic buildings don't have to meet the energy code.
So they're asking for 20, and you're okay with 20?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
In my opinion, it would be to go with the white, like the white frame aluminum, and not change it to black. So I wouldn't approve the black.
And then the trim.
If they wanted to keep it, I prefer that. If they wanted to take it off, I would still not approve a black frame.
So to be clear, maybe, I don't know if we can focus in on. Zoom in. Yeah, so the window would be white. In that frame, staff approves going to a darker color, the black.
Paint is the easiest thing to change.
Okay.
You've asked me a question, so I want to say this for a moment. Paint is the easiest thing to change. It's the most freedom you can grant a property owner. So I don't really have a problem with that window frame going black at all. For Mediterranean style structures, in the design guidelines, it specifies that the color palette should be warm tones, not cool. And I think black is neutral. So if they retained a neutral palette with black frame, that would trim surround, I don't see a problem with it being a dark color because it almost looks dark, dark here.
But to keep the trim, they would have to change their submittal.
That would be something we would need to clarify with them tonight, yes.
But if they were to come back and change their submittal to keep the frame, then that could be administratively approved?
Yes, so had this come in as a window replacement, going to white frame windows with an 80-20 tint, keeping the wood trim and saying, hey, we want to paint it black, that whole thing would have slid right to permit. They wouldn't even have had to do they would have had to do a COA for the paint color, but it would have been free. So they wouldn't have had to do all of this.
And the windows on all 4 elevations of this particular building that we're looking at change, right?
Yeah.
And then how about the other structure?
Yes. Every window on.
Every window.
So something I didn't embark on in too much conversation, is that they are purchased the property. I think someone said about the maintenance. They are working to bring it up to an improved maintained status. So they're doing improvements on the property. It's not just the windows. You might even see something else come through in the future. We've had pre-apps with them discussing. Jim mentioned garages being stables. I think they were, but I just don't have documentation. The design leads itself that way. But we expect that they're continuing with further improvements through the property based on our discussion. And that's why they have Mr. Simeon involved as well.
From my point of view, and also from the regulations, I feel that we need to stay with the white windows and we need to keep the trim. And they can choose a trim color that is compatible with the 1925 structure that blends in with that decade of window style. I think it's imperative that they keep the design of the window. That goes without question. I'm not sure what we're seeing on doors, and maybe that's not part of this at this time. But the windows with the wood trim around them to maintain the authentic 1925 structure, I think that's imperative.
Okay. Well, I can make a motion as what's before us, but I want to give, I don't know if the applicant's still here, if you want another to weigh in on whether you would consider what the board is proposing, or if you just want us to vote. And
I would just like to say that that trim cannot be kept. We've had, I would say, about 12 window installers walk the property, and they said that that just won't pass inspection. We can't keep, it has to be a stucco review. And we've walked some of the most prominent people, A. Christian Glass, and many others through the property. And basically they said that's prone to a lot of water coming into the building. So now on all wood frame stucco buildings, there's a stucco review similar to, I don't know if, Michelle, if you have a picture of 19 North Dixie.
I don't know. Do you in your presentation?
No, assuming you have.
No, you didn't have it.
No. But yeah, that's, so we can't keep that.
Can you replace it?
It's part of the window itself.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, some of those are part of the windows themselves. So if we take the windows out, it is going to take some of those trim pieces out.
Can you replace the wood trim? Because that's acceptable to replace material.
It wouldn't be wood; it would have to be stucco.
Stucco, yeah.
We can do a stucco trim.
And why can't you use wood?
I mean, it's going to be a maintenance nightmare because we would have to waterproof the windows, bring in the stucco, and then we would basically have to stick a piece of wood onto the stucco wall.
Yeah, and that even more than that doesn't pass window inspection on wood frame buildings. It just doesn't.
I wish Chuck was still here because this is what he did on the property.
well, this is one of, I mean, obviously with changing insurance requirements and codes and everything else, that's one thing we have to struggle with, and I don't want to mandate that an applicant do something that is not, feasible or financially viable. I agree, sticking a frame of wood around a window on a rough stucco finish probably wouldn't be ideal.
You could create a faux wood with stucco. You can sort of put extra stucco.
Well, that's the, how would, again, or
Give that to
how authentic would that be when we're, creating something that was never there?
I just think the trim is a big part of the
Yeah.
design, and to just replace it with a stucco reveal changes the character of it.
I agree, but if the new windows don't have that, that's what I'm struggling with here. So, and maybe the architect can clear that up a little bit. So when you bring these new windows in, that structural piece, that trim on the outside ceases to exist, and it's just the frame, stucco, and that's it.
Yeah, not all windows are built the same way. The problem with like Chuck's house, for example, that was a framed house, so the trim pieces that are around the window were actually part of the finish system when you have a like lat siding, you need to have a trim piece around all of the windows. This was all stucco, so a lot of the frames are actually part of the window, and they stop the stucco at the actual trim itself. So when you rip out that window, a lot of that trim comes with it, because that trim piece is the stop between the window and the stucco. Now, of course, we haven't ripped any of the windows out, so we haven't verified it 100%, but based on the picture you see on the left, that's exactly what it looks like. If that window goes, that piece of trim is going to go, and the stucco basically just sits there.
I'm sorry, would you explain that again? When you say the stucco just sits there?
If you take a look on the picture on the left, do you see how the stucco ends right onto that trim piece? So if we remove that window, that trim piece will go, and then the stucco will stop right there. And then when we put in the new window, the frame is not going to allow, modern windows don't allow for another trim piece to stick right onto the frame. It would have to be, if we do a new surround, it would have to go onto the stucco side. It's
So what kind of seal do you put?
It's sealed with stucco.
It's on a modern window, you would return the stucco and it would seal to the aluminum frame, because stucco is only a 1/4 inch thick.
No, but how are you going to do it on this is what I'm asking. You've got a couple of inches.
Which is why we have to remove the trim piece.
So in that photograph on the right, how is that window going to sit in there? And just have that? So you've got a certain depth of that wall.
Yeah.
Where does your window sit in that wall? Toward the inside or toward the outside? Because you have an extra thick wall there.
Yeah, right now it sits kind of like right in the middle, but our new windows are going to sit on the structural framing. It's actually going to sit right in the middle almost.
So if these sit in the middle and those sit in the middle, what are you going to do with that 3 or 4 inches of, you're just going to have 3 or 4 inches of stucco making the corner?
No, it wouldn't be 3 or 4 inches. The window frames of the new windows are going to be smaller, because aluminum windows have a smaller frame. These wood windows have a little bit thicker frame.
I am having a difficult time. Yeah. I don't understand, from the window sash to the outside wall, what do you think that dimension is?
That right there is about 2.5, 3 inches.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's going to be the stucco that's going to return back, rather than a piece of wood trim that stops it. The stucco is going to turn the corner, and that's the one that's going to go back and hit the aluminum windows.
And your contractors are telling you that a stucco finish in that wood frame is going to hold up better than a piece of wood as a seal.
Well, a piece of wood would rot over time, and it can cause
hundreds plus years, right?
I wouldn't agree 100+ years. Wood is...
Well, this is 2023, and it was built in 1925, so let's say 98 years. So, and you don't think that there's going to get cracks in the stucco, and you don't think there's going to be seepage in the stucco that you're going to build. You're going to take 3 inches of stucco trim around that.
Well, yeah, you're correct. Even stucco can crack, but it's a lot less maintenance than doing wood.
We're not talking about maintenance. We bought an older building. We're talking about bringing this back to the original look, and we're not dealing with maintenance. That was your choice, to buy an older building.
Just want to make sure if you're going to ask a question, you go to the question. But if you're just talking to the board, go ahead and talk to the board.
Okay, sorry.
Just don't want you to get into a back and forth.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So Madam Chair.
Let me talk to you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think you bring up some very good points. And first of all, on a frame wall is typically 4, 6 inches at the most, right? Yeah. And that window typically sits flush with the outside. In fact, you can see it on the other elevation, whereby a block wall, the window sits in the middle, and you got a little bit of sill on the inside, which we put marble or wood, and then you got the stucco returning. On a frame wall, it's a little different. And I don't think you're going to get that thickness that you're talking about. I think that window's going to sit flush with the outside.
What do you think?
So
we've got this much.
I'm saying is that window's gonna sit flush with the outside, and then the sill will be on the inside of the window.
He's not telling you that.
Right, I don't think they've thought it through,
He's
and,
telling us that it's gonna sit in the middle like it sits in the middle now.
yeah, I don't think so. I don't, and, look, I'll just tell you this, and I appreciate the applicant bringing this up, but I think a holistic study needs to be made about this building, whether it's stucco, how they're gonna repair it, how the windows are gonna be treated, the doors, you brought up the doors. So, and to come in with the windows, and I appreciate it, and you're right, the windows need to be changed, they're 100 years old, but we're gonna do, it sounds like they're already talking about doing things piecemeal, and this is one of these details that really need to be thought out, because I think the window realistically will sit flush with the outside. And I don't think they thought that through. It looks like that, I'm looking at looks like that wall is no more than 4 inches, because it's a frame wall, it's a 2x4, or 2x6 at the most.
It's 2x4.
2x4, yeah, so that window's gonna sit flush with the outside, and you're not gonna read that trim piece on the outside, at least I don't think so. So you're gonna have to recreate that. And
Can you recreate something like that as an applied? Or is that a bad decision? That's something you do on the inside with casing, but you
Yeah.
wouldn't do it on the outside.
Are you asking staff?
I'm asking my fellow board.
putting me on the spot. Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna create that effect.
I don't think all the windows are the same, because if you look at this one, that sure looks deep.
Yeah.
So this might be a different window. We've got several windows that we're supposed to make them all look the same, and they're not all built the same.
Right.
For whatever reason.
Right, so, all right, so going back to what the applicant is asking for, right? The applicant came in saying that all they're doing is changing the windows, and all they want to do is change the window frame to black. That's what we're opining on. Is that right?
And remove the
And remove all the trim,
And remove the trim.
not to have a window that has trim.
Okay.
As a non-architect, that seems to me that changes the style totally. I mean, if the trim goes away and the windows are flush, that sounds to me like masonry modern.
Yep, I mean, I can't talk right now.
It really changes the feel of the.
The feel, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, we have a couple of options. We could vote to approve with what we would like to see there. But, you know, I don't think the board should be designing anything. We should wait for the applicant to come forward with something that the board would approve. Or we could just vote to deny, or we could vote to postpone. So, again, it goes back to the same options we had the first time. So, you know, I'd
I
ask
think-
the applicant, you know, if there's any direction you would prefer that we take.
Just to explain, as far as what he's asking, you can either, really, it comes down to continue with direction, I think, at this
Correct.
point, continue with direction, and, you know, you've heard what they have said about the trim and the white frame. Or you can just get a denial, and that allows you the ability to actually appeal it to the commission. So those are your options right now, and they're just looking for feedback, so, you know, so we don't hold you up if you'd rather not wait the month and get on the appealable items.
Kelly, I think there was one other thing that was suggested here, and that is just dealing with the window frame, or the windows and/or the window frames alone, without having a better knowledge of the plan for the overall building, it makes it very difficult. And I know the architect has, that's always the issue, right? And in my experience on SPRAB and my experience here, it's very hard to give a good sense of direction to the applicant if you're just seeing a part of the puzzle. And I agree with my colleague on that at least we have to think about that a little bit.
And I can answer that really quickly. We're not planning on changing that building, the two-story building at all. We're not going to add any new eyebrows. We're not planning to change the shape of it. We're just asking for the windows. Yeah, there's no plan to change the roof lines or anything else on that building.
Yeah, and I would like to add that we would definitely like to have a decision today, as hurricane season is approaching. Having these windows on is a hazard, especially in the condition that they're in. You guys saw the pictures. Also, the mullion that you guys are talking about, that trim around the window, that is part of the window. That is the window, and we are replacing that entirely. We're taking it out, yes, but we're replacing it entirely. That thick mullion that you see dividing the windows is coming back as a black mullion. The mullions you see on the window design, it's coming back. You will see the trim on the window, on the building. I wish I had a picture of 19 North Dixie Boulevard to show you guys for reference.
But you're saying mullion, and the mullion is this center bar?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking
mullion?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are muttons. So every window, when you have two windows side by side, has to have a mullion, whether it's wood or aluminum. I know that you keep using 19 North Dixie Boulevard, which they had a different setup with their property before. It didn't look like yours.
Yeah.
So you're comparing yours to theirs, and your properties weren't the same.
No, I'm bringing it up because I think there's some confusion.
I don't want to argue.
I don't want to get into the back and forth. It seems like basically what we need to know, it sounds like from what you said, is you would rather have an answer today.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
just to make it clear, if it's a denial, then, your only option is the appeal or doing an administrative approval of a different application. Okay.
Can I ask a quick question? Is there a window that comes with that outer frame?
So we have seen, I know that the testimony from the applicant has been, you can't do that, and we are seeing it happen. Where the wood trim like this, in wood frame buildings, stucco on wood, they come back with the wood trim around the building.
So it's possible.
The discussion has been that it's a maintenance issue, not that maybe a glass company said they can't do it. I would implore them to look further, because we have seen it on properties that we didn't have to bring to the board, because they said, we want to just replace what we have and go back with the same. The architect may not agree with me, but we are seeing it happen through permit.
Also, I'd like to say the reason I'm bringing up the property located at 19th North Dixie is just to clear the confusion. I think there's some confusion in how the finish is going to look, or is going to look. Whether it's going to abut like the facade of the building or be set back a little bit in that stucco reveal. And 19th North Dixie has that stucco reveal that shows exactly what this will be once the windows are installed. So that's why I'm bringing it up. With the mullion, I don't think 19th North Dixie has that mullion, so we are putting the mullion back.
So I think at this point, the applicants have given you direction to make a decision today. So if you guys have a motion, I would just recommend that, you make the motion in the way that your answer ends up being yes to that. So, if you're trying to get a denial, you would move to deny. If you're trying to get an approval, you move to approve.
I would like to say one other thing to the applicant. I appreciate what you're doing in the building and the maintenance and improvement, and that you are concerned about the an upcoming hurricane season. But we're trying to make a decision here, not just for the next year or 5 years. And I would hate, speaking only for myself, to make a decision on the design of this building simply because it's May.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Delray is a popular location right now. One of the reasons why it's popular and a destination is because of the care we've taken over the last 30 years or 40 years to protect and preserve our historic, properties and resources. And, there's only 2% of Delray that falls within a historic district, and we're very protective of those. So if anybody else has anything to say, I'd like to make a motion and move on. We got 2 more items tonight, so I'd like to move to deny the certificate of appropriateness 2023 121 for the property located at 401 Northeast 2nd Avenue, Del Ida Park Historic District, by finding that the request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and does not meet the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Do I have a second?
A second.
So you're answering to deny.
Correct.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Kristen Finn is absent. Rhonda Sexton,
Yes.
John Miller,
Yes.
Jim Chard,
Yes.
Chris Cabeza,
Yes.
Elise Lindstrom is absent.
Thank you. I think you'll need to talk with Michelle.
I'd like to take a 2-minute break if possible.
Okay, we'll go into a 2-minute break.
So could an option have been conditioned?
Let's not talk about it during the meeting, but we'll wait until afterwards. You could have made an option.
I'm gonna put this stuff in your bin.
think she's good now.
Thank you. Okay, at this time we'll return to our meeting, and Ms. Hewitt will start with the presentation or reading this into the record for us.
I'd like to read into the record Agenda Item 8C for 228 Southeast 7th Avenue, file number 2022-297.
And before we go forward, do we have any ex parte communication?
None.
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 Thank you.
Just want to mention you guys do have this one email, so if
Oh.
you read that on your dais, if that would be considered.
Do I need to read it into?
If you haven't read it, I just want to make sure you're clear on the record if you've read it.
So if we've read it, then we have.
That is an ex parte communication,
So
yes.
then I have had it.
Okay,
Same.
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 great. Thank you guys for confirming. And if the applicant wants to go ahead with the presentation, thank you.
All right, good evening, board. It's me again, Simeon Kirilov, 1010 Gateway Boulevard, with Steve Siebert Architecture, once again here representing the owners. They do apologize they couldn't be here. They had an emergency. So I'm going to be making a presentation. Okay, so this one is a little more lighthearted. It's 228 Southeast 7th Avenue in Delray Beach, Florida. It is a historical house. When was it? From the 50s, I think. It's 30s. Okay, so it's a relatively older house. One of the unique things about this one, which I'm not sure if you guys see that a lot on a historical board, is that the family that owns this house has owned it since the late 60s, early 70s. So it's the same family. The current owner is Miss Mary, and she's been there. Basically, she grew up in that house, and now she has it with her husband. They're retired, and they're still living in the family home. And just like a lot of these older historical houses, they're getting a little bit smaller, so they're looking to expand and just make it a little bit bigger. So that's what we're here for you guys today. So here's some pictures of the existing house. It's a nice, small, little frame vernacular house. Very nice little house, and they've upkept it on the inside in very good condition. So it's very well preserved, especially, I saw pictures from the 1970s and it looks almost identical. It's very well preserved. So here is the site plan. So what you're seeing in the middle is where the house sits. And one thing to take note on this house, and I'm going to bring up a little later, is this house sits a little farther back than on the front of the property. So it's a little bit set back, unlike some houses that are farther forward. This one's a little set back. So what they're looking to do is they want to expand their existing house, and the expansions are going to be along the back and the side elevations, which is what you see in white. There is an existing garage in the back that faces the alley, but that was converted into a guest house a while back. So what they're looking to do is to do a bedroom addition on the south side, and on the north side is a master bedroom addition. So they're looking to get a little bit bigger master bedroom, a bathroom, and a closet in that area. So we're doing an addition on the back. They also want to put a pool. Since we don't want to do a pool on the front, we're proposing to put the pool on the side yard. And then the only thing that we're bringing in front of the board that I know Miss Michelle was questioning and wanted you guys to consider is we're proposing to have a covered pergola at the front, to where when you pull into a car and you can park. I do know it's at the front of the building, but we believe that it's not going to be detrimental to the look of the house if we just do an open pergola at the front, just so the cars can get a little bit of cover and shading when they come in and park, because I really don't have anywhere else to put it just because of how far the house is set back. So here is the floor plan. You can see in gray, that is the main house. So we're doing a second bedroom addition on the south side and a master bedroom addition on the north side to give them a couple more bedrooms for grandkids and whoever else wants to come to visit. Basically make the house a little bit larger. Here's some elevations. So what you're seeing on the top, that is the existing elevation, and then the proposed north elevation, you can see the addition that's more towards the back of the house. The front area is going to stay relatively the same. Same thing with the east elevation. As you can take a look, that's basically the front of the house. that's going to remain intact, other than the little covered trellis that's right up front. And then you have the addition on the back, which from the front you only get to see that small little portion that kind of comes off to the side in front of where the pool is proposed to be. But the majority of the addition is along the back, so it's not going to be detrimental to that front elevation of the house. And also, I know it's hard to see on this elevation, but that addition is set farther back. So it will feel a lot more hidden than what you're seeing in, let's say, a full-on elevation view. Here we go, a couple more elevations along the back. This is where the majority of our addition is. Same thing on the south elevation. You can see the front's going to stay relatively the same, other than the trellis, and then the addition is along the back. And then here's a couple of renderings of what we're proposing. The pool at the front, the original house, and then the additions along the back. And that's it. Thank you.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this?
We still need staff's presentation.
I'm sorry?
We're still gonna need staff's
Oh, sorry.
presentation.
Well, you could go later. Sorry, staff, please.
Once again, this is for 228 Southeast 7th Avenue. The request before the board is for the construction of additions and exterior modifications to a contributing single-family residence. So here we have an aerial with the subject property outlined in red. This property is located within the Marina Historic District and currently contains a contributing one-story minimal traditional residence constructed in 1937. The structure contains an enclosed front porch, enclosed in 1954, with a brick chimney and flat roof over the porch. The structure has been known as the Fontaine Fox South Building for its past association with the artist. So here we have an elevation of the front of the property, so you can see some of the existing materials and appearance of the structure. Here we have the side or north elevation. You can see the chimney and the car park that's currently existing there. Here we have the west or rear elevation, where you can see some of the existing pavement that is on site. And then this is the side or south elevation of the subject property. So here we have the existing survey. All of the existing structures are highlighted in blue. And there is an existing driveway in the front of the property, as well as some hardscape in the rear as well, which you can see better here in the existing site plan. Those hardscape items are highlighted in the darker gray color. So here we have the proposed site plan. The specific proposal includes the construction of a 213 square foot addition to the rear or south west, that's highlighted in red. Construction of a 496 square foot addition to the rear side / northwest, that's the larger addition that you can see on the north there, also highlighted in red. Construction of a new freestanding trellis on the southeast side of the property and concrete ribbon strip driveway, those are also highlighted in red. Construction of a new swimming pool with ground level improvements at the north of the property there, highlighted in the lighter blue. And then construction of a new paver brick driveway adjacent to the north / south alley in the rear of the property. So this is the proposed demolition plan. Primarily, this here is showing the existing structure outlined or highlighted in blue, and then it just kind of circled some of the windows that are proposed for some modifications. Here we have the proposed first floor plan. All of the proposed items are highlighted in red. So those are the two additions in the rear / corner, and then the trellis. Here we have the proposed roof plan. Again, blue is existing and red is proposed. Okay, so here we have the existing north elevation. This is the side where the pool is proposed to be on. You can see the existings on the top all highlighted in blue, and then on the bottom, all of the red items again are proposed. You can see the trellis feature there, which, yes, it is in front of the structure. However, it is indicated to be significantly lower than the existing height of the current structure. And then you can see the proposed addition on the side there and relative to the guest cottage in the structure. Here is the existing front elevation with, again, the existing on top and then the proposed at the bottom. Proposed items are in red. You can see the trellis a little bit better relative to the structure, as well as a new concrete wall on the left there, and then the proposed addition on the right. This addition is proposed to be set back relatively or significantly from the front of the existing structure. Here we have the proposed south elevation. You can see the other addition highlighted in red at the bottom, and the trellis as well, and any other proposed modifications highlighted in red. And then here we have the existing west elevation. Again, highlighted items in red are proposed. You can see both additions here from the, this is if you're looking from the alley, with the guest cottage and new concrete block wall on the right. Here we have rendering where you can see a little bit better the trellis relative to the structure as well as the proposed addition and its setback from the front line of the existing structure. Here we have from the side/south. Then we have the side/north side of the property. Okay, so here's the proposed building materials and colors. There is concern regarding the proposed asphalt shingle roof or the metal shingle roof because of the contrast with the existing asphalt shingle. However, earlier this morning we received an email from the applicant saying that they no longer wish to do the metal shingle but to do the whole thing as asphalt shingle. So if that remains true, then we'll have to just make that a site plan technical item that plans to be updated to reflect that. And so that's that concern here. And then we had some concerns about some of the proposed window and door openings changing that are remaining on the existing structure, not for use to accommodate the addition. There's 3 windows that we highlighted on the elevations that we had some concerns with relative to visual compatibility for windows and door openings. And so here are the Secretary of the Interior standards with the items we used that applied for this proposal highlighted in the yellow, and the same with the visual compatibility standards. And then here are the findings that staff used to analyze this proposal as well as for the board. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. At this time, do we have anybody in the public that would like to make a comment on this proposal? Okay, seeing none. Do we have rebuttal by the applicant? No. So there's
From staff.
nothing from staff? So we're in board discussion.
Where are the windows that staff had a concern with? And what you said they were on the west elevation?
So we have one here on the north elevation. The one that's there in the middle, it looks like it's been elongated because that's to be not the remaining existing structure there. So that window is proposed to be changed to accommodate an interior modification. And then we do have one in the south elevation, which wasn't called out in the report, which looks like it's been added on to accommodate an interior modification. And then on the west elevation here, we know some of the windows and doors have been removed to accommodate the addition, but that one there appears to also be for interior modifications as well. And those were the 3.
So one was just an elongation of an existing window and 2.
The opening. Mm-hmm.
But none are on the east side.
Oh, sorry, can you say that one more
That's
time?
all right. So one is an elongation, 2 are new, but none of them are on the east elevation.
No.
Okay.
I have a question about the pool. My question's about the pool. It's in front of the house. Is that allowed by code?
If it was to be proposed within the front setback, that would need relief, but this is behind the front setback line.
Okay, so it's fine.
We've allowed that in Marina especially several times because there's just no other room.
Yeah.
And it's a ground level improvement. So like pavers and the brick and all that stuff's ground level improvement, so that's all.
So going back to the windows, so the windows on the existing house are going to stay, and then we're going to add new windows. And how are they going to relate to each other and match materials-wise? What's the material of the existing windows? Do we know?
Maybe the applicant can answer them
I
existing.
believe that in the staff report, it says that those were changed back in 1990, oh, sorry. 2008.
2008. So they
Those were
are
changed to single hung impact.
single hung impact.
Everything is proposed to match with the proposed additions, same single hung aluminum white frame.
But the proposed have muttons on them, right?
Yes.
Versus the existing windows don't have any muttons.
So, the existing windows do have muttons, except for that porch right there.
Okay.
And so that was fairly common practice when you had a porch, a screened-in porch that you were enclosing with windows. You wouldn't put the muttons there to still emulate the look of the porch.
Okay.
But the remainder of the windows do have a mutton pattern, and the proposed are complementary to that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm looking at a image of Google Maps, and all the windows have buttons at this point, even those. So
So you're saying the ones that are on the existing east elevation?
correct. Which, I mean, you know, as long as it's consistent.
Yeah, that's right.
So overall, you know, the project itself, the additions in the rear, it's secondary to the main structure. I don't have any problem with the pergola. I mean, that's separate. It's nothing that's going to, I think, detract. You can see over there, there's a canvas cover right now. I would much prefer a wood, well-constructed pergola to a canvas cover. Overall, I'm in favor of it.
I've got a couple questions for the applicants. There is no garage in this plan, right? And there is no access from the alley?
There is access from the alley, and we do have parking in the back alley as well, along with the parking at the front.
My concern is that the front yard becomes a parking lot. And if that's I hear what you said, that you can park in the back. I'm not quite sure how you come off the alley there behind Carmela's.
I'm not sure what the question is. There is an alley back there, and you do have access to it, because I think there's a commercial building on the opposite side of that.
Right, Carmela's.
Yeah.
But, so that means there will be a gate in the fence that they will come in?
In the backyard, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. With the pool going in, that was permeable surface, it's now hardscape. Is there, given the fact that that's the Marina Historic District and it does have some issues, are there any steps that you're taking to mitigate that?
Well, we did some preliminary calculations with our civil engineer. We are going to have to provide, exfiltration and drainage. So that's going to be one of the things we have to provide for a permit. It is a full set of civil drawings. So we are going to provide that. We'll work with the civil engineer to mitigate all that. And that area to where the pool was, it would technically still be permeable because it was. It currently it's pavers in that entire area.
Which are impermeable now, you're saying?
Well, it's pavers. They're not 100% permeable, but they're also not 100% non-permeable. They're kind of like in the middle. It's pavers. But You know, the basis is we do have to provide civil engineering as part of our permit set anyway, so we are going to work with the civil engineer. We'll mitigate whatever needs to be mitigated.
Just, if I may, just two more. Sidewalk in lieu. I'm not sure that really comes under us, but maybe it does.
It does, and they're willing to pay the fee.
If I recall correctly, there are no sidewalks.
There are no sidewalks.
So
No, yeah, even the neighbors don't have any sidewalks. I think there was, one property that has a sidewalk?
The only reason why it's in the staff report is so that we can make sure we have it documented so that we don't lose track of the fee that has to be paid. But Southeast 7th Avenue has a chicane in the road in a couple of different spots, meaning it's traffic calming, so it curves. There is no ability to have sidewalks. So all of the other properties that have developed in this particular area have also done the in lieu fee.
the other technical point here, the proposed pool deck material, is that going to be permeable in any way? Or is that hardscape?
Well, that's going to be hardscape most likely.
Okay, thank you.
Jim, your point regarding the open space, are we looking at open space at all in how the pool takes up open space? Because it seems like the lot now, there's a lot happening, right? I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but what I'm saying is, I just want to make sure we're not approving something that is, I mean, the pool and the additions and it's all eating up open space, right?
Yeah, so part of our site plan review process is we do pass projects like this through engineering for a preliminary look.
Okay.
So they have looked at that. We also provide the applicant with a letter that says, plan for your drainage. Because we've had, and this is not going to happen probably too badly on this property, but we've had projects throughout the city where a house develops and there's no drainage plan. Then they get to permit and they are faced with a $40,000 exfiltration trench that they didn't know they had to do. So we're giving them a heads up, hey, plan for it. And you're right, this is in a coastal high hazard or a FEMA flood zone area. I don't know particularly because the ones on the west side of 7th haven't been as affected as the ones on the east side. But there's sufficient open space, which is green area, because we've talked about that. 25% is the minimum required. So yes, we do look at that as part of our review. We also looked at the fact that how much they were reducing of that paved area, which you can see in gray here. That's paver brick, and it does continue underneath that carport as well on the north side. This little guy here is going away. It's just a metal framed awning basically to cover a car. All of that's going away for ribbon strips down here, which is a historic driveway look and a reduction in the amount of hardscaping. And then the hardscaping right around the pool here. So there's a lot of gain of green space.
Thank you. And then finally, the roof, that's all going to match existing, or how are you going to?
This morning, or was it this morning, or we're going to do, we wanted to do a metal shingle, but they decided to do a shingle throughout the whole addition. So we'll match the shingles.
They were going to mix materials, which we had a concern with in the staff report. And they did call Michelle this morning, or emailed, and said they're going to go with all asphalt shingle.
And the reason for the mix is they were planning on doing the whole thing as metal, but they wanted to hold up on the budget because their roof was relatively new, but we scrapped that. We're just going to do everything in shingles.
Motion? Madam Chair?
Can we get a motion?
Well, I don't know. You haven't really commented.
John and Chris.
I'm good with the way it is. I think just Michelle, the paver brick there, as far as this is concerned, that's considered impermeable, correct? When you do your calculations. So going from all of that massing to ribbon strips, you're going to have a net gain of impermeable material, or permeable material. Sorry.
Yes. And there are some paver bricks that the city engineer and drainage expert, drainage professionals can consider permeable.
Mhm.
And I know we've talked about this at the last meeting with Mr. Cabezas. Ultimately, it's a net reduction,
Yes.
right? And it's an improvement.
Yep.
I'd like to ask if staff has any concerns about the pool being in the front with the fence and the carport, or the pergola.
The pergola.
So we did identify in the staff report that the pergola is going forward of the front plane of the building. It's so light in construction, it's not heavy columns. So we felt that if the board thought it was acceptable, that it wasn't a point that we would argue or analyze as, completely inconsistent, because we have seen them in the past. As far as the pool, it's pretty common for historic properties which are set back on their lots that the only area you can have a pool is in the front. And that happens to be the case in the Marina Historic District with other properties, so we don't really have a concern with that ground level improvement.
And the fencing will have to be regulation pool fencing, so it
Yeah,
meets
so
all
what
current
works-
standards.
Yes, sir, and what works for our code is there's a 4-foot max height when you're in the front setback, and that allows for compliance with the building code requirements for enclosures around pools. And they can go up to 8 feet on the sides and rear where they're outside of the front setback or any visibility triangle.
Well, my quick comments, I do like the change to the concrete strips. I think that's more of a historic look, so it's a nice change from the old, just regular pavers to that look. Overall, I think the project looks nice, so I would approve it.
Anyone else?
Be happy to make a motion unless somebody else wants to.
I move that that the board approve the certificate of appropriateness for file number 2022-297 for the Marina Historic District, address 228 Southeast 7th Avenue, as applied for.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Do you, I just want to make sure, do you need it as a condition that it be the asphalt shingle roof? Because I know they agreed to it, but since it's not actually in the report, if that's something that, you
I
guys.
agree with that, yeah.
Yeah.
You could amend that to include that the entire roof be asphalt shingle.
Amend the motion to include that the entire roof be asphalt shingle.
I will second the amended motion.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Kristen Finn is absent, Rhonda Saxton,
Yes.
John Miller,
Yes.
Jim Chard,
Yes.
Chris Cabeza.
Yes.
Elise Lindstrom is absent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. Okay, so our next item on the agenda is for 209 Northeast Fifth Street. I'd like to enter file number COA 2023-001 into the record. The applicant is here and will make a presentation.
And we'll see if there's any ex parte communication first.
If you have any, you do have a couple emails here too, just to let you guys know.
I have not seen the emails, but I could, since they're here.
This is the first I see of the email, so.
I've read over the emails. So that would be a yes.
Yes, I've received the same 2 emails from Claudia Willis and John Klein.
I have not. That's a no for me.
The applicant, you've received these emails as well.
Yes, there's the letters.
Okay.
Actually, we printed the letters if, for everybody if they want to have it.
I believe we do have them.
I'm good. There you go.
Let me give you a copy of this. A few other letters that we got.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thanks.
Oh, I have. I'm missing one copy, so. Thank you. You're hiding behind the screen, so that's what it is. Good evening. My name is Richard Bromer. I'm here again from last month to request a certificate of appropriateness for 209 Northeast 5th Street, former known as Lot 5, Northeast 5th Street. Now we have an address.
And you've been sworn in, correct?
Excuse me?
You've been sworn in, right?
Yes, all the way, like 3 hours ago, something like that.
That's why I wanted to make sure.
I think I did, raise my hand and everything. So basically, after we had our last meeting a month ago, and we got all the requests and concerns from the board, and after reviewing with the staff, we went back to the property, we went back to the area, the district, and back to the drawing board to change a couple of things, to make adjustments, and to study a little bit, what do we have in this area, in this district, and the basically close surroundings. This study basically, and based on the concerns of the board, this was, the height of the structure, and I need to move this. So basically our location, and okay, here. So basically the concerns from the board from our last meeting was the height of the structure, the overall size and massing, the structure proportions, and the appearance of having a, two-car garage. Basically looking at this, we went to the neighborhood, the district, and here you can see a map that we did, and we walk around and looking at, different properties, and we started to go and look at different proportions. One is the FAR, the floor area ratio, and also the ratio between first and second floor to see what, the different conditions that we can find in this property for a two-story house. We see all the way on the top left, 601 Northeast, North Swinton Avenue. That particular house, for example, and these are all information taken from the property appraiser, so I'm assuming that they're correct. The FAR on this particular house is 49%, and then the ratio between the first and the second floor is 79%. The building height is 24 feet, okay? If we go, for example, if we keep going down towards the south, we have 412 Northeast 2nd Avenue. That is a house very close to our property. The FAR, the floor area ratio, is 52%, and the first to second floor ratio is 62%. Now, this particular house, most of the second floor is sitting on the front of the house. Sorry, on the front of the house. And the height of this building is 24 foot 8 inches. If we go to our street, we have 218 Northeast 5th Street. The FAR is 39%. The first to second floor ratio is 96%. And the building height is 24 foot 2 inches. The houses right next to our house, 215 and 219, both of them, the FAR is 45%, and the first to second floor ratio is 55%, and the building height is 23 foot 4. So just one, basically, all the way on the north next to Swinton, we have another property, 111 Northeast 6th Street. FAR is 36%, and first to second floor ratio is 80%. Building height, 24 feet. Now going to in comparison to our proposed new after with the revisions that we did, our proposed FAR is 53%, so it's within the same numbers that we've been looking and lower than some other numbers. And our first to second floor ratio is 75%, also within the same numbers and actually lower than a few others that are on the 90%. And the building height, because we did that change, we are at 23 foot 2. Again, comparing to all these other two-story houses, we're a little bit lower than most of these houses. So that was, sort of give a big, area perspective of the two-story buildings that we're dealing here in this district, in the vicinity of this project. This is one of the samples that we were looking at, going back to, the massing and the proportions in the garage doors. We started looking at different houses with two-car garage, of course, because we have two-car garages. This house in 222 Northeast 5th Court is basically 86 feet from our property, right next on the corner. And we have a very predominant two-car garage all the way on the front, and then a first and second floor sitting right on top of each other on the right side of the property. Another house that we looked is this one on 412 on 2nd Avenue. Again, this is a a two-car garage opening. It's not two single garage doors. It's actually a two-car garage with first and second floor sitting right on top and all the way on the front. Very predominant garage doors. That was, one of the concerns that the board had, but we keep seeing this in the area. This is a one-story house. We are proposing a two-story house, but again, a two-car garage with a setback from one garage to the next one. That was one of the samples that we took into consideration to basically break a little bit, our garages to make that break, like on this particular project. But again, garage doors towards the front of the house. We have here another example, again, a two-car garage prominent on the front. This is about 500 feet from our property. Also in the historic district. Here we have, and it's behind the bars, but on the left side you have a house with two-car garage, also on the streetscape. And to the right, you can see there's another house with also two-car garage, also on the street. The left one was the one that we took into consideration to add the detail of the trellis and the landscape to sort of hide that second garage door and make it less predominant. Again, this is a two-story house with two-car garages and, with those details that we are incorporating on our design. This is another house, and this is mostly, basically, we wanted to talk about also the percentage of first floor and second floor, like I mentioned, on the FARs that we calculated. We have a lot of these houses that the second floor is sitting right on top of the first floor, and it's all the way on the street elevation, like on this particular one. And this one, if you see through the landscape, has also a two-car garage on the street elevation. This one is under construction. Another house, in the area on 5th Court, right around the corner from us, and has a two-car garage, two separate buildings. One is a garage building, the other one is a house. And those are basically some of the samples that we took and to see what can we do, what treatment can we add, like the trellises on the garage doors and things like that, to be able to minimize the impact of the garages on the building. Here we have the table, and as you can see, we're complying with all the requirements based on the LDRs, and highlighted in yellow is the new height of the building. It used to be 25. We went down to 23.2. So we're trying to minimize the volume, the height of the building. After that, and probably you have seen this, there's a new floor plan. As you can see here in the site plan, as you can see here, we have stacked the garages and we enlarged the porch, so the front porch becomes something more predominant than the garages. And the garage that is set further back, we added that trellis to reduce the impact of it, like on one of the houses that I show as a sample. This particular graphic shows, the additional and the calculations based on the code requirements for, additional side setbacks for the building. Here we have a closer floor plan showing the stack of the garage, the larger porch on the front of the house. Second floor that we have already seen. Also on the second floor, what we did, since we added that more dramatic, the stack on the garages, we increase also on the second floor the stack of the left element and the right element to create more of a predominance. I remember last time we have the comment from Mr. Finn, that there was, no definition between the two elements. So we increased that to create the better definition of the two elements. Roof plan. And here we have the elevations. As you know, if you can see, I did a quick, overall, an overhang elevation showing how the siding dies on the freeze board, and that's where all the outriggers are coming out. We're showing the materials: smooth stucco, hardy board siding, and we're using this time cedar shake for the roof. We changed it to that, and I think there we go. That's basically the colors and the materials that we adopted for the project now. Believing that this is more, in line with the style of the house and with what the district is looking for. Additionally, we are, some street studies, because I remember we talk about the streetscape, and we have the 2-story volumes and the 1-story houses and things like that. So this is particular in our street, and here we have a 2-story house, second floor right on top of the first floor. This one doesn't have a garage, but it's a straight vertical element with a single-story house on the left and a single-story house on the right. This is looking more from the east side of that property. So you can see that 2-story wall continues from the front all the way to the back versus, that 1-story element. And there's probably like 15-foot separation because of the 2 setbacks. This is on the other side. Again, we have that 2-story element, first floor over the second floor, going all the way to the back. And we have a 1-story house on the right side. This one in particular, we have like about 35 feet between the 1-story house and the 2-story house. That is, and we're gonna get to that on a rendering that we did. This again is a 2-story house. We have a 1-story on the left side and on the south side, and 1-story house on the right side. So we do see around the area that we have 2-story volumes versus 1-story volumes on the next door properties. This is a street view, and this is to show a little bit more like the the actual view that you're gonna have when you drive into that city, and the impact that our project is gonna produce. This is looking on 5th Street from basically from the west side towards the east, and we can see on the south side we have a 2-story volume building. On the street side, first floor over second floor. On the left side, we have the beautiful, Art Deco house that was just renovated, but the same owners that we're doing this project now. And behind that, you see a 2-story house. From this view, you see a 2-story house, first floor over second floor. So the impact you're gonna get from this particular view when we produce this, when we build this project, you're gonna have a new structure, but by the virtue that the first floor is first 1-story roof and then the second floor is further back, you're going to see from this view just a 1-story building, and the second floor is going to be further back about 50 feet from the property line. This is looking on the same street from the east side towards the west, and again when you're driving in, you see a 1-story building on the south, a 1-story building on the north, and right after that you see a 2-story building on the south and a 2-story building on the north. So it's not that we're getting into producing a 2-story building in a 1-story area or environment. These are the 2 buildings east of our property. They're basically 2-story wall, second floor sitting on top of the first floor. And this is, we tried, again, we tried to do a rendering showing the 1-story building on the west side of our project, and then the 2-story building on the east side. Now the distance between our project and the 1-story is about 30 feet distance, so it's hard to relate those two, and as I've shown some other examples, some of them they're like 15 foot apart. So they're very close, a 1-story against a 2-story. And those particular projects that I showed before, it was a first floor and second floor sitting right on top of each other. This one, we created that larger porch entry and the garage. So you have a 1-story element that is about 50 feet from your property line, and then your second floor starts. So the massing is not perceivable from the street. Here you can see a little bit better the perspective of how much roof you have on the front and the different setbacks of the element and the larger porch for the entrance. Here's from the other side. This is going to be the west view of the building, and here you can see that the second floor wall to wall is not as large as other houses that we show on the presentation. This is again the front view. We should have used a little bit more of a mature tree there, but the idea here, you can see normally when you do the renderings, you try not to cover the house, to show the house, but in reality, we're gonna have plenty of landscape on the front yard and also on the west and the east. Like if you, I'm going the wrong way. If we go to, you see here, for example, the houses, they get pretty much covered with landscape. They grow all these beautiful oak trees, and eventually you get to that. Yes, the renderings, we do them so you don't see, so you can see the house, but here gives you an idea of how much it's gonna start covering, and you're not gonna see that massing and big element that we have in the house. I don't think it's a big massive building. This is basically, we reach out, Jeff and Mindy, they reach out to some of the owners that they live around the property. One of them was Ann Gannon, that was here on our last meeting, and she was opposed at that time of the project. And on the letters that I presented to you, we have, very positive, reactions from all these homeowners. Ann Gannon was one of them. The other one was a former board member, actually an architect that lives around the corner, that also he was in favor of, and they like the project and what we're trying to achieve here. And with that said, I thank you very much for the time. And sorry for being that long. I know it's late already. So.
Hello, again. Okay, so 209 Northeast Fifth Street, the board will recall that they saw this request at their March 1st meeting. The board did not find the proposal to be consistent with the requirements of the city's LDRs, the Secretary of the Interior Standards, and/or the Delray Beach Historic Preservation Design Guidelines. They voted to continue the request, providing direction to the applicant to revise the proposal. Specifically, the board's concerns were the height of the structure, the structure's overall size and massing, the proportions of the structure, and the appearance of the two garage doors. So just for those who are hearing this for the first time, which I think is Mr. Cabezas, I think Mr. Heredia, you were here, yeah. This property used to be connected to the property to the west. So you can see this little house here. It's an Art Deco. The applicant, Mr. Wooster, through his company RTG, purchased the property and did a wonderful renovation on the little Art Deco house. It's very nicely been cared for and done. He submitted a request to separate the lots. So the lot that's covered in or circled in red here used to be part of the Art Deco lot as a parking area. So he submitted a request to separate the lots, which he was allowed to handle administratively by our code regulations, to allow that lot of record to be developed. So this lot in red is below the minimum size requirements for lots in this neighborhood. But if you're a lot of record, as our code indicates, you can still develop that property. So the lot is substandard in width, in frontage. So the original site plan is much of our presentation will be showing you what you saw last time versus what you're seeing today. You have the aerial view of the property here, which is that gravel area. The property to the east, this is the same builder. So RTG built these properties to the east, which have the 2-story, second floor porch, and the 1-car garages pushed back from the front facade. In our last presentation, we highlighted examples of how garages can be obscured from a front elevation through things like trellises, pergolas, the step backs. So here we have the proposed first and second floor plan. That was what you saw last time. Is that right? Yeah. The proposed front south elevation here. So I've got a few slides that we can click back and forth through, because the biggest change that has been made is in materials and some of the articulations on the building. You can see, and I tried my best to line these up to be as accurate as possible and put a little overlay in here where I shadowed in the old building, you can see that shadow in. The overall height was reduced by about 2.5 feet. The garage was separated with one of the garages pushed back and a pergola feature introduced over top of that. The proportion of the windows have changed. You can see from here to here, these two pictures. The siding has changed from a simulated stucco board and batten on the upper to a horizontal hardy board lap siding. The front porch has been extended across the front of the building, which all of these changes that I'm highlighting, I want to highlight the positive first, I think are important to the improvement that the applicant has made with the request. So you can see that new front porch extending across the front. There was a slight change in windows on that part of the elevation too, so that you have a little bit more of an opening in that area. The wall to the sides of the house were changed to aluminum fencing, so it's a little bit of a lighter look. I'm sure that was partly to help reduce the massing of the amount of concrete you were seeing. But overall, the concerns that are expressed in the analysis through our staff report are generally circling around the overall massing, the size of the structure, and we have provided you with the review for the Secretary of the Interior standards and the visual compatibility standards in the city code. There's that 1-story streamlined modern house to the west is a 1-story structure. And so what does this look like basically in its backyard? Overlooking that infill, how is it in relation to the compatibility of that 1-story streamlined modern structure? So we have identified throughout the staff report that there is concern regarding the size of the residence relative to adjacent and other structures within the historic district, compatibility. So every project is reviewed on a case-by-case basis. The applicant has gone through and provided you with examples of where the board's approved garages. We're not probably going to get away from front-loaded garages. That's not really the point in the analysis. If a house has an alley, then you're going to probably see a rear-loaded garage. But Delida Park doesn't really have alleys happening, so you're going to see a front-loaded garage or a garage set in the back corner with a driveway down the side of the house. As many homes, we provided some analysis on this in a previous presentation. So I think it's the differentiation, the articulation, the setting back, making sure the two doors are separated, which the applicant has done in this case. The roof line has been revised slightly too over the first floor elements that are up at the street. So we have the north and rear elevation here. You can see the same style changes that have occurred. Overall, we are dealing with a structure that is a large structure on a small lot. It does meet requirements for setbacks. However, the review and the analysis in our staff report is specifically talking about visual compatibility. We talk about height and scale, front facade proportion, and the rhythm of buildings on streets that we're not sure that the board is going to find this visually compatible with an indirect relationship to the width of buildings that are on the street and in the district, and to the height of buildings and other structures with that front elevation. Let's see. I think the rhythm of solids to voids, the relationship of materials and textures, they did a slam dunk. The improvements are significant on the materials, providing the character necessary, but overall, did the massing change enough is what the board will need to assess. And ultimately, it's up to the board to make that determination that the revised proposal meets the requirements of the LDRs, the Secretary of the Interior standards, and the design guidelines for Delray Beach. But here you can see, again, there's those textures and those materials. It's a significant improvement. So I think they did a really nice job with the materials and setting the garages off like that, including the trellis pergola over the front. But we're still looking at a significantly larger building than what we're typically seeing in the historic district. So, in the effort of saving time, I think you've read through the staff report, you've heard my concerns, you had your concerns last time. I know the applicant is done, and maybe in cross-examination I can ask him some questions about FAR, because I was trying to follow that on his presentation. Other than that, my presentation's concluded. Thank you.
Would the applicant like to have a rebuttal?
Let's see if there might be any public comment.
I'm sorry, is there any public comment at this time? Yes.
Alice Vince, 707 Place Tavant. I'm just wondering what this impact of this two-story building is going to have on the one-story building behind it. Is he going to plant gigantic trees? I don't know if you've got a picture of how it's going to overcome or overshadow the house behind it.
I don't.
And
That shows it.
I appreciate your comments.
do we have any things that are going up like gigantic trees or something so that it's not going to ruin the property value of the rear house?
I think they'll keep your comments in mind as they deliberate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you guys the owners? Yeah. If you want, you can come up. If we just move into cross-examination and rebuttal, and then you're welcome to make your comments.
Okay. And do we have any?
Sorry,
Is
yeah.
that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Do we have any rebuttal from the presenter?
No.
Or the owners can speak at this point too.
Oh, okay. We can speak together, but. Hi. Melinda Wooster, RTG Construction. Do you want my home address, or I'm not sure about that? At 3300 South Congress is our office address. I think this is a good picture of what Michelle is describing, and Richard did an excellent job. We really examined the neighborhood because of your comments on the last go-around. And on our street specifically, Richard showed multiple examples of how to the right of these 2 stories that we previously built is a small cottage. Across the street from the 2 there that you see is another 2-story home, and on either side of it are single-story cottages. So to build this new structure, which you can see significant massing reduction from the first go-around to the second, in height, in setback of the second story, in proportion of the second story to the first story, significantly reduced in comparison to box-on-box construction on all 3 other 2 stories right on our block. Plus, because of I call it the little pink house, the one to the left, the streamlined modern, because that's actually the backyard, that isn't the front of that house. So that is the side. So because of the backyard, we have a significant green space opening between those 2 homes, like 30 to 35 feet. Again, that significantly opens it up. It doesn't feel like our house is towering over it. And when you look from 2nd Avenue at the little pink house, you're really not going to see anything different than you already see because it's 2-story homes behind it now. So I'm just rebutting Michelle's comments in that we are being consistent with what has been approved in the neighborhood before. And there is a brand new house being built right behind the one we're proposing. It is a single story. We showed it on our slide presentation. We have a letter from that gentleman approving the plans. He's reviewed them and approved them. Across the street directly, John Klein, who used to be on the board and was the chairman at one point, he lives in one of those little cottages. He has approved these plans. He actually welcomes this new structure in the neighborhood. It's been a derelict property. It hasn't been maintained. People will come by and pick mangoes off the tree. There's issues. It's been a gravel parking lot for many, many years. We're improving the neighborhood. We met every single one of your negative comments last time. We addressed it. We meet every LDR. I don't see how you could disapprove this based on the LDRs, all the changes that we've made, and the consistency in the neighborhood. And as far as the lot size goes, let me just address that too. The 2 lots and the one across the street that all 3 have 2 stories are 50-foot lots by, is it 120 or 125? Okay, they're all 50-foot wide street frontage. We actually dedicated extra footage from the little pink house to give more streetscape to the new house. We added 5 feet. We dedicated 5 feet over. So that is actually a bigger lot than any of those other lots that have the 2 stories, believe it or not. Okay, so it's 55 feet of road frontage. Another, thing that we were trying to contribute to the neighborhood. Am I forgetting anything? Did I address anything? We went to the surrounding neighbors, the ones that are impacted most by this. 2 on the block, like I said, John Klein directly across the street, the gentleman that's building the new house right behind us, and then 2 others right on 2nd Avenue across from the pink house. And they all welcomed it and love what we're doing, and we hope that you approve it. We really do. Thank you.
If you think of something else, don't go far because you'll have another shot.
Thanks. Richard, do you have anything to add?
No, regarding the view from regarding the view from the back property, certainly there's going to be real landscape, and so you're going to have green vegetation. It's not going to be a concrete wall with a roof. And beside that, the second floor doesn't start right at the setback, it starts further in. We have a one-story element, and then the area where the loggia and the balcony is further in. It's several feet because that's where the pool is. So it's not that the entire property is at the rear setback. Just I wanted to make that clear.
Could you just show that slide, please, where it shows the size of the second story on top of the one story, just so you can see how it's set back in both the front significantly and the back.
Here you can see you don't have a two-story wall on the rear elevation. You have that roof area on the west side, and then you have the pool, and the second floor starts further in. And there also you can see the roof area on the front of the building. So it's not, in no case is a second floor on the front or in the back, a second floor sitting on top of a first floor. They're all setbacks.
And if you'd like to see again the slides, I'm sorry, I don't have the clicker. Oh, this is the clicker.
Do you want your slides? Is that what you're asking?
I just wanted to, if the board wanted to see it again, how there are the small cottages next to the 2 stories all down our street. It's a small cottage, a 2-story, a small cottage, and then across the street, small cottage, 2-story, 2-story, small cottage. So they're intermixed right on the road. So just wanted to reiterate that point.
And
So here you see a 2-story house on the west side and a 1-story house on the right side. There you can see another 1-story against a 2-story house. So it happens.
And this is our street. This is the street we're building on.
Now this relation between the 1-story, this 1-story is much lower than the house that is right next to us. And the distance between the 1-story and the 2-story is only 15 feet. We have a little bit over 30 feet of distance between the 1-story and the 2-story house, and our 2-story house.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Michelle, do you have any rebuttal?
I wanted to see this FAR analysis that was done, just to make sure I heard something right. I think it's this one.
Yeah.
So, where is your property on this? Is it
The green one.
Okay. So does that say 53% FAR?
That's correct. Let me go there, and the FAR is 53%. Yes.
And so the building to the east is an FAR of 45, is that what you're
45.
saying?
That's correct.
Both of them are 45s?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so your building is 8% more than
Yeah.
the ones to the east?
Mhm.
Okay. That was all I wanted
Yeah.
to see. Thank you.
Then the building on the other side is 3% difference. Then on the other side we have a 39 with a 96% first floor to second floor ratio. The one on the other side of Second Avenue
I
is
don't know what a first to second floor ratio is. What is
it's how much the first floor, the footprint of the first floor versus the footprint of the second floor on AC space.
Okay.
The FAR is
Not including the garage?
not including the garage.
Okay, because when we look at square footage, we're looking at.
Yeah, the FAR is including garages.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
I took it based on the definitions of Delray Beach for FAR and first to second floor ratio.
Thank you so much.
Anything else?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, I think we're in board discussion. I could go first for a change. I like all the changes they've made, but I still have a problem with the garage being forward of the front door. That's my biggest concern. I like the changes in material, I like the color scheme, I don't have a problem with the overall size of the building on the lot. But in a historic district, the garage doors should not be prominent of the front door.
I agree with you there, although I still have some issue with the massing, the overall massing. It is, while they may have added 5 more feet to the lot and maybe 55 feet wide versus 50 next door, that just means it's a wider building. So it's setback to setback. You know, the rendering that shows from the southwest perspective, which isn't on here, you know, it makes it look like, yeah, so there's a park next door. There's not. There's a house 15 feet away. And a 2-story single plane wall on that east side. Those 2 houses that are over there are about, and I know it plays into FAR, but yeah, they're about 3,500 square foot total. This one's 43, 44 on, you know, a slightly larger lot, but it's still setback to setback. The only difference is on theirs, the second floor setback on one side is recessed significantly. So yeah, there's a vertical wall plane on one side, but the other side there is additional, yeah, if you can show the streetscape. Yeah. So that one is to the one 2 houses over. That's not the one directly next door. So, and that's the one directly next door. It's kind of hard to see that left side. But those were even separated more because you have a 1-story garage and it's a narrow house. I don't have a problem necessarily going all the way to the back of the property. That's what these do, not the entire second floor do. But it's just the massing to me. I love all the architectural changes. I love that the front porch is more prominent. But the garage being a little pulled forward, and then the overall massing of the second story, 2 vertical wall planes on each side, just, that's what, you know, they just changed the pitch of the roof. The eave is the same. So, you know, that really doesn't do anything overall, especially when you're standing at the front of the house. So it's my thoughts. I like it better, but I still think it's not visually compatible with what you see on that street. And it's, I always find it interesting that everybody uses the excuse that, well, these are individually looked at, they don't set a precedent. Well, every time somebody comes forward and wants to use a new construction as a precedent, you know, it goes up 15, 20%. So, you know, that was 15, 20% over what was there originally. This is 15, 20% over what's over there now. What's the next one going to be? 15, 20% more than that. So, you know, it's definite massing creep in our historic districts.
Did we say that this lot's 5 feet wider than the one to the east?
That's what it was communicated. So if that's 50, this is 55.
So in that extra 5 feet, we have a 20-foot garage added. So there's got to be there's a big difference between the massing of this house and the one next door to it.
It's an 8-foot garage, not 20.
Okay.
Overall, the garage has to accommodate 2 cars.
Okay.
So while they're individual openings, the idea of what you're talking about as a garage is 20 by 20 is not far off.
They do have garages on the other houses to the east.
That are 1 car.
One car garage. So they added 5 feet and they added an 8-foot garage. So bigger massing.
I think the other ones are setback to setback as well, but it's a narrower lot. So the massing isn't as large.
And those are set, and they're set back off the front facade.
Correct.
I would like a clarification on the support letters. The applicants sent out a package that did not include a letter from Claudia Willis. Am I correct on that?
So the letters that the applicant have secured, I don't know that did we receive those as part of the resubmittal? Do you know?
No.
No, that was my first time seeing those letters. But the letter, I did see John Klein's, so I have that. But we also had a letter from Claudia Willis. Did you see that?
We haven't seen that.
No? You can have this.
Yeah, why don't we give him a minute to review that, and then if he has any response to that, allow him.
I had one more question along that line. There was only one public comment in that meeting, and that was from Ann Gannon. And I think I heard the applicant say that he had a letter from Ann Gannon supporting it.
There was, in his presentation, there was.
It is in here?
Last page.
It's not in your backup documents. So I see you looking down for it. I don't think it's in that. I think what he's expressing is that it's in his presentation. So let's see here. Because they were not submitted to us.
I looked through the package a couple of times.
I emailed them both to you guys, Michelle.
When did you do that, Jeff?
As soon as we got them, Monday and Tuesday. No.
To me or to Michelle Hewitt?
Both of you and Katarina.
I don't.
For me.
I think she's got it pulled up on the.
Yeah, we did
There's
not.
3 of them, and then I emailed you again. Yeah. And there's 5 or 6 total.
Which did you get? This bottom thing is what you've received, but not the others? I have not seen those.
What does that say on the lower left?
It says, Robert Perlman, 210 Northeast 5th Court. Hi, Jeff. After reviewing.
It says much better, I like.
That was Ann.
Okay.
That's
Thank
Ann
you.
Gannon's
I
email.
corresponded with Ann Gannon because she got a complaint last time.
Sorry, if you want to just come up to the.
My name's Jeff Wooster, 3300 South Congress Avenue. Ann Gannon got up last time and expressed her displeasure with it and handed me her card on the way out and said, call me and I'll tell you what I like. So we redesigned the house. I corresponded with her and she liked it. She responded, I like. Okay, and then Perlman, the guy behind us that she was concerned about is blocking his property. There's a letter there from him that supports it. He's in favor of it. And then Andrea Cornejo, who lives directly across the street, she sent a letter, which we emailed to you guys. And who else?
I was not that I want to go back and forth, because I don't, but I want to clarify. I wasn't concerned about this blocking Mr. Perlman's property. What?
I think you might have been talking about the public comment, just to.
No, she mentioned the property behind us.
Yeah,
So.
I meant the streamlined modern.
Okay.
That you would just see this in its background.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
And then, did the architect have any comments related to that email? I just want to make sure you have full opportunity to rebut.
And we never saw that. I don't,
Yeah, and that's why I'm
it's a lot to
giving
digest.
giving you the opportunity now if you want to
Sure.
take whatever time you need to review it and.
Should we go into board discussion while they're looking it over, or no?
If we could just give them a minute, I think it might be helpful so that they're able to respond to you guys.
Okay. They're looking at Claudia Willis's.
The only thing I have is from April 27th.
Well, I disagree with most of everything she said. Based on the examples we gave you guys, the house right behind us has a 2-car garage that's forward of his front door. The one on Dixie Boulevard that was just approved has.
Where's the one with the garage doors forward?
We have the picture of it.
Perlman's house.
And it's actually under construction now, so it's been recently approved. That one.
Right there.
Back up.
Right there.
I mean, that's under construction now, and there's the one on Dixie that was just built. Those are forward of the front door. I just don't know why doesn't consistency matter if it's case-by-case basis. I understand all your points, but we're well under the FAR and we're in our setbacks, and we've built almost every house on that road. We own the pink house. We've improved countless properties in the marina and historic districts, and they're all beautiful properties. This isn't that big of a house.
I think one of the issues here is the lot size is 10,000, 12,000 square feet. And
What is?
Go back one more, wherever it was.
Yeah.
The one before the one with the high.
That one?
No. So that's almost 10.
The Dixie one, I think.
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah, so 10,000 square foot lot, this one's 66.
What does that matter as far as the garage doors, though?
Sorry, I
Being
don't
forward?
want you guys to go back and forth if you have a question for him.
Visual compatibility standards, if you have a smaller lot and a bigger house, then it looks different as you're going down the street. So that's the thing, and a lot of these are newer construction. And that's why I made my comment as to a lot of these are used as precedent. Okay, this was allowed, so therefore this should be allowed. It's not that much bigger. But when you look at it compared to the overall historic district and what we're trying to retain in sense of feel and proportion and massing, these all keep pushing the envelope. And that's the concern. Would this one destroy the district? Probably not, no. But then it sets another precedent that somebody's going to be used going forward. So that's the concern.
Then should you set an FAR for the historic district that everybody needs to
Sir.
stay within?
Unless he asks you a question. I think at this point, we've given you the opportunity to
Okay.
rebut the letter. So we've just asked that you sit down unless there
Yeah, I
is a
don't
question.
agree with anything in the letter, for the record.
Thank you.
You know, this is one thing that we, you know, that's why there's a board. If it was just based on FAR, if it was just based on setbacks, then you wouldn't need a board. That's what you go with what's on there. So some of these things are subjective, and that's why this board sometimes has a long debate about stuff. It's subjective.
There's also a comparison to the building across the street, which if I recall correctly is not single family, it's institutional.
But it's also on a much larger lot.
Yeah, it's a duplex with a detached garage.
Yeah, it's probably,
The garage is,
I'd ask it only if there's a question pending, can either staff or the applicant.
well, I thought
Oh,
the question was asked.
Yeah, I asked the question because we have all of these comparisons, and that was one comparison made, and it's not a single-family house, so I'm not sure that's an apples-to-apples comparison. That's what I'm asking.
We didn't use that as a comparison.
Respond to that?
Are you asking the applicant? Sure, come
I
on.
think I saw it in your slides.
Well, yeah, basically, I brought it up because that is when you come in, drive into the street, is the first building you see on the south side, and the first building. Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're reviewing, and we're trying to define the architectural style and the aesthetics of the building, not the use of the building. So if it is residential or, multifamily, or is at the end of the day is the aesthetics of the building. So in reality, I could compare it to the building on the south side on the corner, or even the one on the second street, the one that was trying to change the windows before, that has 4-car garage on the street, that is 2-story over 2-story. So I don't know if, and I might be wrong, that, part of the use of the building is also something that we need to look into it.
All I'm saying is it's not an apples-to-apples comparison.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the vehicle, Michelle, the vehicle by where they received approval to divide the lot, was that administrative?
Yes.
In all fairness to the applicant, we did see this before. We gave some direction. Architecturally, I think you're right. I think they've made some major improvements. Proportion-wise, they changed some, the columns as we spoke before in the previous meeting. Material-wise, I think they've made the right choices this time. you know, did we give them enough direction to say, look, the massing of the building is just, you know, not going to make it through this board? I mean, that's what we're telling them. It says, look, you know, whatever you present, you know, unless it's much smaller, we're not going to approve it.
Are you asking me that question?
No, I think that's board discussion. I think that's,
I thought you said
you know, at some point we got to say, you know, it is what it is. I mean, so.
I mean, I agree with you in the sense that, like I said before, will this be the end of the district? No. Would I like to see something that is more appropriate there? Yes. But we're not here to define that.
I have to agree that your comment, the things that they're showing us that they want to do, that they want to replicate or bring to the table, are the things that maybe shouldn't have been let through the process to begin with in 2019 or whenever they were, because now they're coming back to us and saying, well, this one has prominent garage doors, or that one sits this much square feet on the lot. And so they are meeting criteria, but they're using images from past things, but we have to look at this particular application. And we can't just go over 3 streets and say, oh, they have a 2-car garage, or, oh, they're 2 streets from here, they have a 3rd garage. That's not how we have to approach this.
Well, and if it was just replicating some of that, that's one thing, but this is going above and beyond in some ways. You do have vertical wall planes on both sides, right out to the setback going up 2 stories. On that street, you don't have that. So, you know, there is no FAR, I guess you could say that, yes, there is a FAR, but you can't look at that and that doesn't explain everything.
No.
That's just an objective measurement. It doesn't translate into the visual compatibility which we're struggling with. You know, and on, you know, the massing here, not saying the architectural style, but the massing here would be appropriate maybe on Bankers Row. But that's a different area.
One thing, John, that you said that resonates with me is basically the trend line in these neighborhoods. And I don't live in a historic district, but I know every house that gets built is that much bigger. And you can almost...
Well, some of that's inevitable, yeah.
Well, some of that's inevitable, but some of it also means that some of those small, single-family historic buildings could be bought up and become tear-downs. And then, as both of you are indicating, it meets the letter of the law, but not necessarily the intent of the law, which is to preserve a sense of history.
Yeah, I mean...
I think the applicant wanted to...
Oh, we're in board discussion.
Yeah.
Was the garage being in front of the front door brought up in the last meeting? Or was it a comment that...
I believe the garage was brought up. Michelle, maybe you could clarify that for us?
The comments, I'm just going to read the 4 comments. The height of the structure's overall size and massing, the structure's proportions, the appearance of the proposed 2-car garage and doors. Because in the code, one of the requirements is you shouldn't have an expanse of a single 2-car garage door. It should be broken up so they're individual doors. So that was addressed there, but also the garage facing the right-of-way, which is somewhat inevitable, we discussed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
When I look at the elevation of the 4 houses and I look at the ones to the east, there is something nice about how the vertical elements on the sides are not up to the setback. It creates a nice character of the street, and then when this one, I see this one, it's just, you know, those straight vertical on the side going all the way to the setback. It does feel like it is more massive, and it's, you know, it's just a big building, so I see all the points here for that. Maybe that's the one item that is the biggest concern for me. I do also like the idea of the garage is set back and those other units. And I really do like the architecture of this building. I think, you know, everything was done very well designed. And I agree about the massing. It just feels a little bigger than the rest. It feels like the biggest house, at least on this elevation. So that is a little concern.
Are we ready for a motion? So I'll be happy to make one.
Are we? Do you have any more comments?
No, other than, you know, I don't want to render the lot unbuildable. I mean, you know, at some point, you know, we're gonna, in the lot, you know, went down the road with administrative approval, and, you know, I understand what the board is saying, but, you know, we can't tell the I mean, at least I can't tell the applicant, look, you're building all the LDRs and we're not going to approve this, you know? So again, I understand, you know, the context of the house proportionally to the neighborhood, I understand, but, you know, I mean, what basis do we have not to approve this? It's just board discussion, continued board discussion. I want to flush this out.
I'm a bit concerned with.
I just want to make sure, you guys, I mean, you guys have also mentioned different design guidelines that you have felt like that have not been met, which is another portion of the code and the policies that you have to follow for approval. So saying that they met the LDRs, I'm just saying that I do think that you've mentioned other things that you don't think they've met. Whether you think there's some type of motion that makes it so that they could, that's up to you guys. Just saying that there are plenty of different things that you guys are relying on, not just the land development regulations. You have the design guidelines and policies. Secretary of the
And
Interior.
I want to make sure I'm clear on the administrative process that we've talked about, so there's no misunderstanding. It was allowing this property, which was 3 lots. In fact, I'm going to go back to it. That were all joined by a unity of title over years. And the back lot had parking on it. Right there. So this shows that the house, the little streamlined modern, sits over here crossing these 2 property lines. And then you see the gravel parking lot, because there was some kind of business here that existed. So the administrative process that occurred was allowing this lot to be separated from this. So it wasn't one giant lot anymore. Giant is kind of a stretch, but large lot anymore, rendering this one developable. It doesn't mean that we created some kind of lot that wouldn't have been developable. It was just they dissoluted the dissolution of the unity of title, so that back lot could be, something could be built on it. Whether it's a 1-story, 2-story, 3-story, whatever, doesn't really matter. Just they got rid of the unity of title, essentially, is what happened. And they are right where they say they added 5 feet to it, because it was originally a 50-foot lot. So they took 5 feet off of this parcel here and added it over here to this side. That's what this orange line is, so that they could have a bigger, wider lot, or, you know,
Bigger,
richer house.
wider house.
I guess, yeah.
There was a lot of record. So
And Mr. Wooster is saying it was a lot of record. It was a lot of record that they added more feet to, so that's correct. The 50-foot. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were clear, because I heard you say something like we can't go back, and I'm like,
No, thank you for clearing it up.
it's still
Yeah.
a lot that could be built on with what is up to you.
Oh, single-family residential is the lowest use, right? I mean, an office.
This is a mixed-use area, yeah. Generally, this is not this particular lot.
This is the adjacent house that's up now.
That's 2 houses over.
This is the adjacent.
Adjacent, okay.
Adjacent, but it's 2-story wall, top and top. So it's the same, it's left.
Those are lots as well. You guys can't scream from the
Audience.
audience, thanks.
Again, we ready? I'll make a motion. I mean, we can't stay here all night.
Yes,
And
please.
I'm gonna frame this, I'm gonna be positive, I'm gonna frame this in the affirmative. So I would like to move, we approve the certificate of appropriateness 2023-001 for the property located at 209 Northeast 5th Street, Elida Park Historic District, by finding that the request and approval thereof is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Call the roll.
And no conditions, John.
Your
No conditions.
okay. Your motion is to approve this
Correct.
as is.
We're done with discussion? Can we discuss or no?
No, we can discuss.
You can discuss the motion.
Should we think about adding a condition about making the garage not?
Ultimately, if you're doing anything design-wise, it would have to come back.
Okay.
Yeah, you can make minor improvements with conditions. I think with something that's actually going to change the elevation, they probably would need to come back. If that's something that you could do in a continuation with direction, you could do that. But again, I would ask the applicant if that's something that they want to wait on or if they'd rather just have a motion.
And this could not be done administratively.
Pushing the garage back? No.
I mean, we have a motion, so.
Yeah, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Kristen Finn is absent. Rhonda Saxton,
No.
John Miller,
No.
Jim Chard,
No.
Chris Cabeza,
No.
Lisa Lindstrom is absent.
And while I know you are trying to be positive, technically they should be, like, a motion has to be read in the affirmative. So to actually give a clear thing, you should actually rephrase it as a denial so that you have, since you have a majority in the voting against the approval. If it went that way, it would have
Oh,
been
yeah, I didn't
fine.
know I was gonna go.
Yeah, if it went that way, it would have been fine, but now that you know, you should rephrase it as a denial, or whoever can.
Oh, I thought you always had to do it as a positive.
So
But-
we re-motion it?
Yes,
May I ask a
just as a
question, though?
denial.
I think we have shown the sense of the board, and is it possible for the applicant to have a different response?
I have to agree with what he's asking, because if this goes in the direction of denial, but they're willing to make changes and is denied, they have to resubmit every single document and application fee all over again.
Okay.
That's harsh.
Are you guys open to a continuation with direction, and that way it would be brought back in a month? Otherwise, you can have the denial, and then it gives you the opportunity to appeal it at this point.
May I?
Yes, please.
I know you say you don't design people's houses, but what direction would you give us so we'll stop this riddle me this back and forth? This could go on for years. I would just like make the second floor smaller, the two-car garage, let me just add something. In the LDRs, you're supposed to have parking for 2 cars out of the 25-foot setback. You can't park 1 car in the 25 if you don't have parking for 2. That's the reason we put a 2-car garage and not a circular driveway. So we don't have a lot of options to push that garage back. We could pull the front door forward.
I don't want to paraphrase for the board, but I think ultimately what I heard in all the discussion is that the board wants you to be designing something that's compatible with historic structures and not with other big new construction. And it seems like through the presentation, there was a lot of examples of this new construction got approved, this one got approved, and we're similar to that. And I'm hearing them saying they want you to be building something that's compatible with the historic district.
I understand. I just don't know how those work.
I think maybe the board might be able to give you some more direction.
Just personally, to me, looking at that, the 2 vertical wall planes on either side, that's what really.
So if it were moved in
if
5 feet on
both were
the
moved
east?
in, one was moved in, and some air was taken out of that second story, you could even push it back. I'm not even as concerned with the north elevation where you said you saved some space on the second floor there.
Yeah.
Push that even back if you need to have
But
some.
when you're looking at a 2-dimensional rendering, it's still gonna look the same. It's real world. That's why we gave all those examples of driving down the road where it's not gonna look any different than the other houses I built on that
It
road.
means in the rear of the house that.
I know what he means. I'm sorry. But if you're looking at that 2-dimensionally on the black and white elevation.
You're asking for feedback, not a
That's-
chance to argue again.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying.
I'm looking at that
I got it.
vertical wall plane on the
Mhm.
right, and then the other elevation looking from the southwest,
Mhm.
that vertical wall plane there. Those are my, as a board member,
It
concerns.
sounds like decreased massing on the second floor.
Correct.
There. And then, is there any further feedback? I mean, they talked about moving the door forward. Is that, Rhonda, I know you had mentioned that.
I just we've always pushed the garage doors. The front door should be the forward door.
But I disagree. It's not always, because I just saw 2 examples that are under construction now. Okay, I'm sorry.
But in a
Just frustrating. I'm
historic
sorry.
district, those are the things that we look for.
The one other question I would just like to ask is because we feel that we have met all the LDRs. And so, what Mrs. Sexton, you said in the beginning of the meeting, you read the guidelines, that it can't be based on opinion. I mean, we're having a hard time understanding where opinion meets the rules.
I understand you guys are frustrated. I think at this point, like the main question is really, would you prefer a continuation with
Yes.
direction, and the board can give you that, or a denial, and then you have the ability to.
But we need that clarity, I feel, to not
And
have
they're going
this
to give
go
it to you.
over
I
and
just
over.
don't want you
Okay.
to go back
Okay.
and forth.
Thank
So
you.
who do
Thank
we
you so
appeal
much.
to? The city commission, if that were the case?
Yes.
I don't know the process.
Yes, if you got a denial, you have the option to appeal it to the city commission, and staff could walk you through it. There is a fee, I think, and then it would be taken to.
You have 10 days to appeal, there is a fee, then the commission, it gets appealed and it has to be heard within 60 days. So it's not gonna be heard probably in the first 30, it's probably gonna be the second 30. And if you get denied there, you start all over.
I think there's an important legal point here, if I may, which Kelly spoke to earlier. LDRs are not the only things that we look at, and probably not even the most predominant thing we look at. We have to look at the Secretary of Interior, and we have to look at the historic guidelines of the city of Delray Beach. And so it's not a matter of opinion or I like this or like that. It's what's written down and as objective as you can be on those sorts of things.
Okay, we thought we were doing that, but obviously not. So, okay, we'd like not a denial, a continuance.
Okay.
I'd like to rescind my motion.
You have to reverse it first?
That's okay, it actually
Yeah,
failed
then we
because
start
there
over.
wasn't
Then
a.
we do a new
approval on it.
motion. Correct.
Yeah, so, I'd like to, move, we continue this to the next available meeting when both applicant and staff are prepared to review with the direction that we've given tonight.
I can second that. Unless-
Good?
Yeah, and the direction, just to confirm, is decrease massing on the second floor along with making the
Door
the
prominent.
front door prominent versus the garage.
Yeah. All
And
right.
I think Jim also mentioned looking at the guidelines, the design guidelines and the Secretary of the Interior, which I think is important for the motion, and we can go over that with the applicant, some of the things that they should be looking at.
Okay.
Okay.
You want him to add that?
Nope, I think we just said it, and if he says
Okay.
agreed.
Agreed.
Okay.
Okay. You call the roll, Diane.
Who made the second?
Jim did.
Jim.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Kristen Finn is absent, Rhonda Saxton,
Yes.
John Miller,
Yes.
Jim Chard,
Yes.
Chris Cabeza,
Yes.
Elise Lindstrom is absent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I believe their next item would be the legislative items.
We have none, but I have reports and comments.
Reports.
I'm sure there's stuff that I'm missing, so if you think of something that I don't address in this next part, please bring it up. Our next meeting is June 7th. The Atlantic Avenue Historic Resource Survey is slated to be on that agenda as an actual public hearing item. We would expect a good turnout from the community. They will be mailed notices and notified of that action. So if you don't like our snacks, bring snacks.
I was gonna say, how full is the rest of the agenda?
We're trying to keep it not like this. We're trying to keep it maybe 2 items, but we have to assess based on who's been in line waiting, because we had last meeting and this meeting, we had to push people from last to this one and then so on for the next meeting. We're trying not to, we have an 11 o'clock hard stop anyway, so unless the board votes to keep going for how long? Is it an hour, half an hour, or something?
It's half an hour at a time.
Yeah. Okay, so that's that. I failed to give this to you last month. I had it just a couple days before the meeting and I completely forgot to show it to you. So this is the latest Sunday Village time lapse. As you know, we stay in touch on a monthly basis, have a construction meeting with their construction team and professionals, their engineers or structural folks. And so I asked for this every month and they've been kind enough to provide us 2 of these so far. So what you're going to see is a time lapse. I can replay it if you want me to. It's very short, of
I
the
think so.
houses that were picked up, moved while they buried or dug the underground water storage area for drainage. Now the houses have been moved back. I don't know if you've been to the site at all. It's pretty easy. I've pulled up many times across the street and just get out and peek over. Everything's back in place. They all have their foundations under them. And one of the houses was moved as approved down next to the Sunday. So that's the second time lapse. So I'm just going to share this with you.
Is this up to what date?
This
A
was
week or so?
April 17th I got this.
Okay.
So there's quite a bit more going on. The site changes daily.
What's the period of time lapse? 1 month?
This is days.
Few days.
So you're going to see the green building slide in. They're preparing the yellow on the left. Pick it up. And they put the lifts. They move it off. And the green building's back.
Fascinating.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so that's looking east towards
Yeah.
Swinton. Okay.
And their cameras are over on the west side.
Okay.
So they keep them there. That was something we asked them to do, was keep a construction time lapse going throughout the project so we can share this with the community and the board. Do you want to watch that one again?
Sure.
Oh, it's gonna want to play this one. It's just the way it is. Sorry, I can go back. This is building D. That was the little yellow one that popped up and disappeared. So this moved down the street. It took an hour and a half for them to move this house. This went down on the south side of the Sunday House parcel, so it's immediately adjacent to St. Paul's north property line. And I don't know if you care
The
about
music really adds something.
yeah. I don't know if you care about that, if you want me to turn it up or down, I was gonna say.
Too bad they didn't do that with any of the large trees.
Second that motion.
Try not to go there outside of the public. We're glad that they're down and sturdy and structurally sound and not up on lifts during hurricane season. It's a
So
big
that's
one.
facing First.
Yeah, Southeast First Avenue. Their construction team and movers are there.
What's the use of that gonna be?
They've had a couple different things that they've talked about, whether it's like a additional space for Sunday or an event space. I believe it was approved as retail, maybe.
Part of the apartment or the
I actually think
hotel,
it was
maybe?
not a part of that. I think it was part of like maybe retail, if I remember correctly.
Is that a historic area now? Like a Sunday historic?
Well, that's part of OSHA. Yeah.
Okay.
So this, you're probably gonna see other requests for this in the future, cause they're making some edits to their approvals. They're coming in and in the process right now for block 69 and 70, which is to the east. But just, Chris, cause you've asked, this project spans the entire Sunday House, which is here, the entire block to the north, which we call block 61, and portions of this block over here as well. So one on the north side of First Street and the south side of First Street. So it's about 7 acres, almost 7 acres, mixed use.
I drive by that every day, and as impressive as this is, it's nothing compared to what they have now.
Yeah.
That whole northern end of, was it block 70?
61.
61 is now, what, 30 feet deep? And it's just amazing.
Oh, because they're digging the parking garage
They're
right now.
digging the parking garage.
Yeah.
Subterranean.
Yeah.
This whole portion of the site right here is where the parking garage is being built. I think one of my favorite parts of seeing this aerial is just how mature and dense that tree canopy is on the Sunday House property. And when you kind of start looking off in the distance and you see our other historic districts, the tree canopy is pretty thick in our historic districts.
It wasn't too bad on Block 61 either.
It wasn't before.
Mm.
No. So I just wanted to make sure you got a chance to see that. Those are my updates. Do you all have anything?
Could you spend 30
I
seconds
actually-
on the water collection issue? I don't understand. Why, do other buildings do that? They have a huge underground vault for water?
Yeah, so when you're a site that large, a whole block, you do have to retain your drainage on site. And it has to percolate into the ground through your site. You can't spill off into rights of way or other property.
Gotcha.
If you have enough land, you dig a lake.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
No, seriously.
exactly, yeah, a retention
or
pond.
Dry retention ponds,
It's
yeah.
just a big French. If you don't, then you gotta go this
Yeah,
way.
it's huge
Go to big
underground.
cities like,
Yeah.
I bring it up all the time, Tallahassee, where all these buildings were built, 100 more years ago, or 50 to 100, 150 years ago. They didn't account for drainage. The water just poured and did a watershed to one side of the city. And there was, a brownfield that occurred. They've completely redeveloped into Cascades Park. Maybe I'll show it to you all sometime on a meeting that's not as long. That's an amazing project with an amphitheater and walking paths and now hotels around it and apartments where it used to be just a big hole in the ground with a fence around it, and it captured all the water for the drainage of the city. And it still does, but now it's all beautiful and green. It's
I
really
think you
quite
gave us a link to
interesting.
that about a year ago.
I might have, yeah. It's just, I find it so interesting what they were able to do with that park. Create the park.
Michelle,
Yeah.
the part where they were moving the house down the street, the computer shut off. I just turned it back on. Can you play it again?
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's watching, but they probably would like that.
Somebody who doesn't have anything better to do.
I'm just gonna play it, but turn the sound down.
Can we talk while they're doing
I don't see why not.
If we could, I have a comment too, if you don't mind, because I think we'll go to board members next. Some people have, not necessarily on this board, but throughout the boards across the city, we've gotten some questions about the absence policy. And so we just, across the board, we're all kind of letting everybody know the answers to these certain questions. So if you had said that like you were going to be absent for a meeting that ultimately there's no quorum for, that would be considered an absence. And if there is no quorum at that meeting, that's still considered a meeting as far as the percentage of the missed meetings that your calculation is based on. As far as the attendance, if you haven't said whether you're going to be making that meeting that gets a quorum that doesn't work because there's no quorum, we've created a policy that you need to let us know at least 48 hours, and by us I mean Diane and Michelle, at least 48 hours before the meeting whether you can make it or not. Because if there is no quorum for that meeting and you haven't said one way or the other, it's going to be counted as an absence. We just think that's more fair, just because you shouldn't get the benefit of, if you weren't going to be there and you didn't tell anybody, that if there's no quorum that meeting, that doesn't get counted as an absence against you. I think those were the only two updates we just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of. But if you have any questions, obviously I'm here, or you can email me or anything
It's
like
replying to the emails when you.
Yeah, if you could
just reply.
Right, if you can just reply to the emails to let people know whether you're going to be there or not.
And
And
keep
if-
track
what
of
about-
your absences.
Was it 3 per year?
No, it's actually
3 per calendar year? in your-
30% over what turns out to be 13 months. So it's 4 meetings.
13 meetings, 12
13 meetings, I'm sorry. 13 meetings time, so it equals 4. So if you miss 4 in that time
in
period.
13, yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Miss 4, you're out.
And if you miss 3,
Or
I'm
if you
so
miss
sorry.
3 in a
Rhonda.
row.
3 in a row, yeah.
3 in a row or 4 within 13 months.
13 meetings.
Okay.
My question is about last month. We were supposed to have a meeting on the first Wednesday and we didn't. So I wasn't able to meet that Wednesday, but you didn't change the meeting because of me. I think you changed it because of a holiday.
Right, I think the April 19th would still be considered a regularly scheduled meeting. It was just moved
So the
because of a
first one
holiday.
doesn't count against me when I said I couldn't come.
No, no, no,
Because
no.
you didn't have the meeting.
That won't count. The April 19th will replace that
And that
first
was
meeting.
my mistake at the March meeting. I should have put the thing on the calendar that said next meeting is April 19th. And I put on, it's April 3rd or 5th or whatever it was.
Right.
I forgot that we moved it because of the Jewish holiday. But we did, I believe, give everybody a calendar or a list of dates. And I think it was right on there, so.
Yeah, and if it's canceled because the city doesn't have any applications or things like that, that wouldn't be counted against you guys.
For the next meeting, it's about the Atlantic historic designation. Are we gonna get questions from the community towards the board?
They're gonna ask all, just like you go through any application, they're gonna ask questions. There's a procedure identified, there will be a staff report, an analysis. I'm assuming you're all reading your staff reports, because it sounds like you are. Read the staff reports before, because that kind of we give you the breadcrumbs of the analysis and how to get there. But yeah, the public may come up. I expect them to come up and speak about whether or not they think they'll support it, or they don't support it, or they want it or they don't, or whatever. Like, that's they're entitled to come and speak about it.
With comments, just like it is normally. It's not necessarily, they're not asking the board questions, they're
More towards
stating
staff. too.
comments.
You meant last time we were talking about incentives for things, and I don't know if I retained everything. On
You don't have to answer the question. There could be 20, 30 people, 40 people speaking. So, like when we did Sunday Village, years ago when we did North Swinton,
Yes.
you know, the room's packed out the door, and people are interested. So,
The only difference is the applicant is the city, not a private applicant. The city is the applicant.
And they'll be presenting their project.
We are presenting.
You are presenting
Mhm.
to the city. Okay.
Assuming for the moment we approve it, the next step is to go to city commission, or
Yes.
it doesn't have to go to P&Z?
Regardless of your action, it's gonna go to city commission.
is it going to hit DDA and CRA and P&Z and before that, or?
I don't think it goes to P&Z. I think it goes directly to commission, and
Okay.
it will likely, the CRA is a memo that we send. We don't do a
Okay.
presentation. The DDA, possibly put it on for their meeting.
Okay.
They've been following it too, so, yeah.
The notices gone out yet?
No, they go out 10 days prior.
So, last week.
We have a lot to do.
Mhm.
We're stressed out. Overwhelmed. It's a lot of work, but it's exciting work. These are the good projects, you know, the enrichment projects.
The report you did last month was incredible.
Oh,
That could
thank
be a
you.
book, I think.
Thank you so
Like
much.
100 pages, right?
The report itself that we included in your backup, if you printed it out, it's actually feels like a book when you see it. So it's not bound, but I have a paper copy of it, and it's really nice with the way the graphics are all organized and everything. They did a nice job on it.
Could I just clarify one more thing? And I probably should have asked it earlier, but on our training opportunities, are those mandatory for people that have served on the board before? Are you wanting us to look at those because there's new clarification for us?
So the first one that's on the memo, if you haven't done that, we are requiring that you do it.
And that one's new within the last year and a half, I believe you
The
said.
most recent one that the state has done.
Okay.
They are getting ready to do some other training seminars, but not one of those. And they're talking about doing a new one of that.
Okay.
There's really no reason for them to keep repeating and doing the same one over and over. When they recorded it once, they can just keep it on. So we do ask, if you haven't completed the first one, that you do it. It's important. And honestly, I'm telling you, the second one is so interesting. The third one's just a lot of me and the state talking, so I understand if you don't want to listen to me anymore. But the second one's really very interesting, because all of the experts and speakers that the town of Palm Beach brought together. I think you'll enjoy it.
One last quick question. So the first, or one of the applicants on Fern, where he seemed shocked that his roof was not, you know,
I don't think he read his staff report.
Okay, so he got all that information.
Our applicants get it when you get it,
Okay.
a week in advance. So I was a bit surprised to hear him talking like that. I actually wrote a note to Michelle. I'm like, I don't think he read the staff report.
Okay. Yeah.
Could I raise the question of what Price Patton said and whether or not
The
we have a
resolution.
role in that?
I definitely think if you wanted to Well, first of all, what he said was they did not accept any of the proposals, so it's not moving forward, but I don't really know enough about it. So if you wanted to write a memo to throw your support behind that resolution that the Preservation Trust prepared, we could certainly put that together and have the chairperson sign it.
The resolution, as I understand it, had nothing to do with those 4 bids per se. It all had to do with historic designation, whether or not it, however it goes forward. It just seemed that that's something that we as a board and you as a staff would have some interest in.
I think similar to the way that you guys did it the last time when Price had brought a resolution forward, you guys could, if you had consensus to show your support to the commission,
that was on
you could
Carver.
do that. Right. Or, you could see if you can get a copy of it and then evaluate it and maybe next time make that decision.
Well, he read the whole thing, so.
Right, yeah, it's up
And
to
I
you guys,
believe
whatever
Jim
you.
is correct in that the Preservation Trust, from him reading it, I actually, even though I'm on the board, I had been absent for a family emergency. I believe you're absolutely correct in that the goal was to get that designated as individually listed as historic, which would give this board an opportunity to see anything that came before it. Right. Go home.
But the city would have to, and the commission would have to,
Well,
as the owner, would have to agree with that.
Absolutely, they would have to sign a consent form.
Yeah, whether they would or not, I don't know. Be great.
Well, that we have bridges that are, we have other, things that the city owns, I guess, that they've approved to be historic.
Yeah.
So I think it would be
A lot
something.
of properties, it's just whether or not that's their goal, the site. I mean, if it's designated historic, I think that kind of
Limits
flies
their
in
options.
the face of what they're talking about doing, which is taking a section out to possibly redevelop it. Is anyone else smelling food? I'm smelling food, like.
In your mind.
Yeah, all right, I think on that note.
Dreaming.
So hungry.
Do we have any board comments that someone would like to say anything?
I had my question.
And you're finished?
Sorry, was there direction on this? Did you want to
I would-
draft that memo, or?
Do we need to make a motion?
I think it would probably be best if you do that,
You
like a
think you
motion to
could
recommend
word
to
a motion?
commission.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean,
Noting the support of the
Speaking as a historic preservation board, I think that probably aligns with our mission pretty well. Whether they accept it and agree with it, then that's up to them. But, I'm fine with that.
Can I just?
You want a motion?
Yeah, can I get the actual motion or direction?
Yeah. I think a motion would be nice, and I think it's just a motion to draft a recommendation memo to the commission supporting the resolution that was prepared by the
Preservation Trust.
Preservation Trust
Can I
regarding the
just
golf
say-
course.
Yes, you can say so.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Who said that? You, Chris?
Diane, if you could call the roll. Yes, please.
Ivan Heredia.
Yes.
Kristen Finn is absent. Rhonda Saxton.
Yes.
John Miller.
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes.
Chris Cabeza.
Yes.
Lee Sandstrom is absent.
Thank you. Very good.
This was a motion to draft a recommendation to the city commission to support
The
Right,
resolution that was
the
prepared
resolution.
by the
Resolution prepared by the Delray Beach Preservation Trust
Regarding the designation of the golf course.
and presented here tonight by Price Patton.
Chair.
Excellent.
Chair, yes, the chair.
Okay.
Right.
Is there
All right.
anything further from the board?
All
Gavel
right
us
then.
out. There you go.
Adjourned.
We beat last time, 10:30 last one.
Every once in a while, we'll get out of here at, 7:30.
Oh, really?
It's been a while. And it's certainly not gonna be next month.
Was Elisa absent of the last meeting, or she?